let's see. Okay, before I get into this stream, I'm just gonna quickly like check my audio, make sure everything sounds right. So just give me a second. Sounds right. So just give me a second. Alright, I think that sounds good. Yeah, for anyone who's like, actually, I'm not sure if there's any viewers right now, but for anyone who's watching this like later, like as like a VOD, welcome to my first stream. Yeah, streaming is something that I've been wanting to do for like a while. Like I've had a lot of ideas, but only recently I thought like I'd give it a spin, and so yeah. My plan for this stream is basically what I've been doing with my the response videos on my channel, basically going over a lot of videos kind of like almost point for point, like explaining whether I think they make like good or weak arguments and give my reasoning why. So I thought I'd do that in sort of like a live format. Like that's what this is gonna be, and with a focus. Well, I have like a bunch of different topics planned for later streams, but for now I'm just gonna be focusing on Sword Art Online videos. So I've got like a playlist of a few of like the longer ones I could find that are more like critical of this show, but I do have like a variety of like different perspectives on the show, like positive and negative, that'll hopefully make for interesting reactions. Um, yeah, but the first one I'm going to be reacting to is by a creator named Nightly. That this is like, I think it's like the newest video I have saved. It's called Sword Art Online is Repulsive. It's about over an hour long, so I feel like this will probably be one of the more agreeable ones. That's kind of just a hunch I have because from what I watched of the video, it seems to be pretty solid. There's a few things I don't agree with, but he's mostly making pretty decent points. So I think this should be like, despite its length, this one shouldn't take too long. And if that's the case, maybe I might go to some other videos. Like I have Digibro and DX's Sword Art Online videos. Those are two of the more like popular ones, so I thought I'd those would be worth checking out. But yeah, I'll just start out with just gonna be starting out with Nightly's. I'll pull open my notes. I'm just gonna quickly play like the video, just see if like the audio's working, but then I'll once I confirm it is, then I'll just start my reaction. Okay.
Sword Art Online is bad. And in other breaking news, a fish found in water. I have a couple reasons for wanting to make this video.
Pause that. Now I'll check if it's working. But yeah, this is like my first time streaming, so feel free to like say in the chat if you notice any issues, like anything with audio or like how the stream looks, anything like that, because I do want to get better with these. So yeah, just feel free to let me know if you notice any like mistakes or things I should change, stuff like that. Okay, I think that's good. It sounds good to me on my phone where I'm checking it from because I don't have a second monitor. But yeah, that sounds good. So I'll just guess I'll just begin the reaction.
Sword Art Online is bad. And in other breaking news, a fish found in water. I have a couple reasons for wanting to make this video. I've used Sword Art Online as a bad example a lot, but just like with Seven Deadly Sins, I haven't actually watched it since middle school. There is some part of me that's legitimately certain I didn't even need to rewatch the show to make this video, but the problem is that I like being thorough. I've also gotten a bunch of requests to talk about it, and I like views, so why not? I mean, you care a little bit, you clicked the video. In this video, I'm going to be covering Season 1 and the 2 progressive movies. I am planning on covering all of it, but that's really only if you guys are interested.
Okay, yeah, so I'd just say that like the main focus of these videos is going to be reacting to arguments made about the Aincrad arc or the first arc of the series, since that's what my videos are going to be about. I might check out the sections about where they talk about fairy dance if I feel like it, but the main focus is going to be Aincrad, and I'll skip the parts about progressive because I haven't made it that far in the novels. I haven't seen the movies. So don't feel like I'd have much to add, and I want to actually like do like constructive like contents, like not just play it while I'm being silent and that all that. So, you know.
And I figured that making it a series like this would be a little more fun. Before we get started, I do want to give a genuine content warning. If you feel that engaging with these topics puts you at risk of harm, I cannot recommend you continue watching this video or Sword Art Online. As far as Sword Art Online goes, I promise you really aren't missing out on much.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's they only really go into those things without they relate to like the show. So if you already seen it, you'd probably be fine. But yeah, I guess it's worth making that warning just in case.
For those of you who had better things to do in middle school, Sword Art Online is about Kazuto Kirigaya, or as he's known in the game, Kirito. One day, a video game called Sword Art Online is released to the public. It's a VR game so advanced that you're essentially in another world. Yes, Sword Art Online is an isekai. I'd say it's technically the first modern one, and that really is a shame. In the same way that adult animation is stuck in the loop of copying Family Guy and like Rick and Morty, most modern isekai are incredibly derivative of Sword Art. Of course you have your exceptions. ReZero can't be that bad if everyone's recommending it to me, but if it's slop, it's almost certainly based on Sword Art Online. The first bit of the episode is us hanging out with Kirito and another guy named Klein, while Kirito shows him the ropes. Klein is alright. He doesn't really do anything interesting. His main function is just to pop up as a friendly face every now and again, but he could be worse. Something interesting.
Yeah, Klein is might be like the best character of the arc, which is weird because he doesn't show up too much and he isn't like super interesting, but it's just that the characters surrounding him are like so much weaker. So yeah, yeah, I guess I'd agree with that. You know.
Needs to happen though, so out of nowhere, everyone in the game is teleported back to the starting town. And while everyone is asking around, something appears in the sky. This is Akihiko Kaiba, the developer of Sword Art Online and the Nerve Gear. Kaiba has descended upon them to deliver the
Oh, hey Rangy, I just saw you were in chat. Yeah, how are you doing? Just gonna wait for a bit for it to catch up. I don't know if there's a delay. Doing good? Okay, good. Yeah, this is I guess you probably already know this is like the first time I'm doing any sort of like stream. So yeah, feel free to give me like any like feedback if like you notice anything, there's any like audio issues or anything, because like this is probably gonna be like pretty rough, but yeah, I appreciate any feedback to well help me get better, I guess. Um yeah, so get back to the video.
Great news. All 10,000 players of Sword Art Online are trapped inside the game, and any attempt to leave will result in their brains being fried by the console. The only way that they'll make it back to the real world is to beat the game by clearing all 100 floors of Castle Aincrad. Now I want you to keep in mind, everyone in Sword Art Online is hearing this. This is now a death game, where if you die, you die. And you're gonna be hearing me say that phrase a lot during this arc. While everyone is freaking out, Kirito tries to convince Klein to head out of town with them, so they can have better access to resources, but he gets turned down. Klein has some friends who don't know how to play the game, and he's gonna make sure that they don't die immediately. And with the promise to meet again, Kirito starts to make his way out of the fields to start leveling. This is a pretty good concept and hook. As far as episode 1 goes, they don't do anything egregious, and a couple of the things they set up are actually kind of interesting. Kirito could be a little more interesting, but
Well, there is like one thing I guess that's like kind of egregious, and I'm only bringing it up now because I know like Knightley doesn't from like what I watched of the video, unless he brings it up later. But just based on what I saw, he doesn't mention kind of like the absurdity of how Kayaba was able to release all these nerve gear to the public, like devices that are capable of frying the user's brain if all you do is disable the safety. So like pretty dangerous, and it's kind of absurd that like they could just be shipped out, and it seems like people even know about this, but yet no one took issue with it. It's just pretty bizarre. I think it's probably like the biggest issue with the first episode from what I can recall. Yeah, it's fine if he doesn't mention. I'm just surprised he doesn't, since it's one of the more obvious ones when I see that like a lot of people talk about. So
it's episode 1, so I'll give him a pass for now. I wish Klein was staying with us, but his reason for leaving is fine enough. And maybe his friends will be fun later, who knows?
uh yeah, I know that like a lot of like products have like flaws like that. It's just something like I feel like this has been on another level where like it's literally capable of like killing you. It has like the same sort of technology as like microwaves, and that's how it can like fry the user's brain. It it's pretty absurd. No, I don't know if I'd say it's the worst thing about the show. Like, it's not enough for me to say it's like a bad first episode, but I still think it's pretty absurd. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was around here where I began to doubt my contempt for the show, even if just a little bit. This wasn't a terrible episode. Surely
Oh yeah, someone. Yeah, probably makes sense if there's like a whistleblower or yeah, it's one thing I think of, like, don't people like check these devices? And I don't know how long they were out until Kaiba trapped everyone in the game. So was there like some amount of time where people could like like look at them, like find out this aspect? There's just it could have been used like could benefit from like more explanation, like a lot of things in the show, but even on like the surface level, it's just kind of hard to believe, I guess.
something interesting will happen in season 1. Surely it can't be that bad. Have you seen the show? We immediately time skipped through the first month of the Sword Art Online incident. At this point, there have been about 2,000 deaths in Sword Art Online, and they have just now found the boss room for the first floor. I don't believe you. At the beginning of the game, there were 10,000 players, most of which were presumably fans of either VR games, video games in general, or MMORPGs. Let's say that only half of them are out there really fighting and trying to level up and stuff. It took them a month to find this? The boss room is in a tower that reaches up to the next floor. You can see it from across the horizon. 10,000 players ignored the most obvious landmark on the map? Spoilers.
Um, I don't think it was ignoring like the landmark itself, just that people are having trouble finding the dungeon inside. To be fair, I don't think they go into detail about this, but I thought that yeah, but I thought that was the thing that like they found they were searching like the pillar thing, but they only found like the first floor boss like a bit after. Like, yeah, I would have liked for them to elaborate on the specifics. I think this is sort of emblematic of how this show doesn't explain a lot of things when it comes to the mechanics and world building. But yeah, I guess that's seems like a bit off, this criticism. Let's see. 10K isn't even that much for an MMO. I mean, you could be right. If I'm being honest, I don't know too much about MMOs, so there might be some other things I'm missing, like makes it the show more absurd. Um, yeah, yeah. Thoughts on the propaganda that is Yakuza 6? I, yeah, I pretty much hate the story of Yakuza 6, one of my least favorite games ever. It's not so much because of the gameplay, although it does have issues, but I just hate the story, like how it treats the characters of Kiryu and Haruka, the plot twists that aren't as like frequent as some other games, but get really, really stupid. I'm not even talking about like the boat. That's like one of the reveals I'm less bothered by, even if I don't like it. But yeah, I need to do a some follow-up videos about Yakuza 6, because I don't feel like I went through like nearly like all the problems I have with that game in my original video. I mean, you can check it out if you want. It's called Yakuza 6 is Disappointing. But yeah, that doesn't go through all of the issues I have with it. So yeah, that's how I feel about Yakuza 6, I guess.
I guess. But the progression in Sword Art Online is kind
Yeah, I should probably take a note of that. Want to find the first floor boss. I'm just taking note of like points they make, whether I think they're like valid or not. Because this isn't hasn't made like too much yet since we're still kind of early on, but you know. You love the last hour of Yakuza 6. The last hour is kind of my least favorite part, if I'm being honest. Yeah, that's something I'll have to do like its own video on because I have so many problems with like the ending specifically. Um, but yeah, yeah.
of wonky. It takes a month to find the first boss, but after that it only takes 703 days to clear the game. And I won't explain how, but they managed to do it on floor 75. There are sometimes lulls in progression that last for weeks or months, but with those dates they'd have to beat a boss once every 10ish days. I think, call me crazy, the author of this series might have just picked these dates out arbitrarily and didn't think about how they stacked up over long term. It does
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he did. Like, this feel kind of awkward when the first I wouldn't expect them to go through like literally everything, especially in like when this arc is as short as it is. But feels like we see like progress really speeds up after like the first couple episodes, and we don't really get much context of like why. Or I guess you can kind of assume that like they're more used to the game. The fact that they beat the first floor boss means that the player base is a bit more confident. But yeah, it's just something that like could yeah the show should have went into a bit more. It's kind of emblematic of how little the show explains when it comes to the state of SAO. So yeah, how much time did he say?
Or months.
So it's hard to control this the OBS playback feature. Is the audio working?
Spoilers,
Okay,
I
yeah, it
guess.
is.
But the progression in Sword Art Online is kind of wonky. It takes a month to find the first boss, but after that, it only takes 703 days to clear the game.
Okay, taking about 703 days. Let me add on to that other point. Never got the pillar itself, but the specific location, the boss, then it could have from some collaboration. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly like how detailed I want to go with these notes. Yeah, so it's my first time doing it. I don't want to be like too tedious with it. So yeah, I'll do my best. Thoughts on Pirate Yakuza and Lost Judgment? I haven't played Pirate Yakuza. That's like one of the only times like a new Yakuza came out, not new Yakuza game came out. I'm not that interested in it, if I'm being honest. Like the gameplay looks fun enough, but from what I've heard about the story, it just seems like it might be a bit like I've heard like weak. That's like one of the weaker stories, even from people who really like Infinite Wealth. And I consider like Infinite Wealth to be one of the weaker Yakuza plots in general. So yeah, that sounds like a bit of a turnoff. Lost Judgment though might be my favorite Yakuza game. Just the gameplay, the story, the side content, just it's by far one of the ones I've enjoyed the most, and I haven't even finished the side content yet. There's still a lot I haven't done. Yeah, it's still pretty easily one of my favorite. It's probably my favorite Yakuza game right now. Either that or Zero, Yakuza Zero, of course.
And I won't explain how, but they managed to do it on floor 75. There are sometimes lulls in progression that last for weeks or months, but with those dates, they'd have to beat a boss once every 10-ish days. I think, call me crazy, the author of this series might have just picked these dates out arbitrarily and didn't think about how they stacked up over long term. It doesn't really matter. Over the course of the series, we only see 3 of the 75 floor bosses.
Yeah, that's true. We like see very few of the game in general. Like we just skip through it so quickly. You don't really get never really get a good feel of the world. It's very, by all means, very rushed.
Anyway, episode 2 is about the first raid on a boss. Because they haven't made any real progress, the top players are going to band together for a raid on the boss. They make a couple smaller groups for the raid, and Kirito's left all alone. Luckily though, a mysterious figure was left alone too, and they end up partying together. There's this guy there complaining about beta testers since they had better information to start with, but they literally publish the information they have in a book, so it's kind of a dumb argument. The money is split in the items for Find Your
Yeah, it's pretty dumb. It's like it's weird that the like players seem to be like, well, I guess I take more issue like how this scene gets like, no, how these serve characters like act in the ending of episode 2, so I should probably leave that for yeah, I'm just realized probably leave that for when Knightley finishes talking about this episode or gets to the ending scene.
Keepers. Oh, and whoever gets the last hit gets like a special item drop, so keep an eye out for that. Yeah, no one found this biblically large tower in a month. Fuck you.
I mean, I should check again because I'm pretty sure it wasn't like no one found the tower, just no one found the boss. Excuse me, inside the tower. So I should let me quickly check just to double check this. Okay, Sword Art Online. Okay, episode 2. Okay, 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 so what Diabel says is that today his team discovered the boss room at the top of the tower. So while it isn't like super specific, that sort of implies that wasn't the tower they were looking for, but the specific boss room. Otherwise, I feel like you'd be making an announcement about the tower itself. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it isn't the issue of like no one found the tower, just no one knew where the room itself was.
During the boss fight, things are going fairly decently. The boss is at critical health, like a tiddlywink, a gumdrop of health. The guy who organizes the raid is named Diablo for the record, and he yells to everyone to get back because he's got it. The boss pulls out a different weapon than he did in the beta and uses Diablo as an example of what not to do. He wanted the final attack bonus, right? Like he wanted the item, that's why he did that. Can we agree on that? Diablo is
Yeah, it's kind of I'm aware that in like the novels you actually get like it's like different. In case of from why we're progressive, you actually do get an explanation for why Diablo was doing what he did. But yeah, here it's kind of you can only really come to the conclusion that he just got greedy and wanted the prize for himself. Cause like like no clear reason why he does what he does. It's a really bizarre scene in the context of the anime. Uh,
on death's door when Kirito tries to hand him a potion, which he refuses, leading to his actual for real death. I can
yeah, that's also really weird. Apparently in the novels they made it so like the potion doesn't work, but obviously they don't mention that in the anime, and it seems like Diablo's outright refusing it rather than just saying like it won't work. Yeah, it's just another bizarre aspect of this episode. Like I've seen people say like the show gets like takes like a lot longer to get like bad, but I think it's pretty bad from episode 2. Like especially this ending scene. There's so much wrong with it.
Not possibly imagine why he turned this potion down, considering this is a death game where if you die, you die. Did you forget?
I mean, the argument I guess I would make is that he seemed like really like selfish with the act he did, but then suddenly like what he does here almost seems like selfless, where he refuses this potion, but like this is kind of hard to tell. Like, for all I know, it could be that I didn't realize that he would die. Probably not, but yeah, it's really hard to figure out what Diablo's thinking in this scene, really. So, yeah, yeah.
They try to give Kirito a sort of call to action where
What's Remy saying? It could be a case of him knowing that it wouldn't work and not wanting Kirito to waste it, but that's the best fate. Yeah, it's probably like the, the interpretation that makes the most sense. Yeah, it would have been nice for the show to be a bit more clear about that.
Diablo says he has to lead the charge, but it rings hollow because Diablo could have just taken the potion he was being handed and lived. You can buy these in mass. There's no reason for him to refuse. And Kirito and the
Yeah, well, I guess person in chat did mention like reason you could like refuse he would refuse this, but the show doesn't give us nearly enough information to like determine that like okay, this is definitely why he did this. So yeah, I think it's pretty like fairly say like doesn't really make sense why he did this, but yeah.
mysterious figures start fighting the boss, and it turns out they're actually a gamer girl. And Kirito snags the last hit. The guy from earlier calls him out as a beta tester and says that Diablo's death was his fault. If Kirito had told them the moveset of the boss before they got there, he wouldn't have died. Excuse me? Diablo died because he was a fucking idiot. They start calling Kirito a beater.
Yeah, that pretty much. Yeah, that's yeah, it's pretty stupid. Yeah, man, this whole thing with Diablo blaming Kirito, it's so frustrating. There's so much curious to be talking about that they just don't, and they're ignoring like Diablo's agency in the fight. And I would just completely screwed over the plan, and that's what led to his death. It's it's just a really dumb scene. Um, let's see. This comes into the resource argument with the world building. Yeah, that's definitely a big issue with Sword Art on the world building and like the lack of elaboration when it comes to like resources and why it's an issue at first, but then players don't care about it later on. Yeah, it's frustrating.
Which is like a slur for beta tester and cheater. It's like a they call them slurs.
Blackie, what'd you do with that boss drop, huh?
You know it dropped the guild flag, so don't lie.
Because it's
Wait, is that? I did not know about that. That's interesting. Is that from Progressive? I don't know, might be. That wasn't. It's an interesting translation choice, but okay, okay.
this episode just can't stop being stupid, they managed to sneak a buzzer beater in. At some point, Kirito called this mysterious figure Asuna, and she asked him how he knew her name. And he points out that when you're partied with another player, their name and health appears under yours in the user interface. You're telling me that Asuna, who has been fighting in this death game where if you die for a month, wasn't looking at her health bar during the boss fight? She's supposed to be one of the smarter characters in the show, by the way. I'm pretty sure this
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty bizarre that like she didn't notice this entire time when you literally just need to like move your eyes and you see it. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. It was obviously a weird play where they were overwhelming. The Diabel just goes off script so we could get a special item. Which, by the way, we don't know why these items are so desirable. Yeah. Well, I guess we saw it at the end. He gets that really cool coat. Is yeah, Diablo was willing to die so he could get it, I guess. Who knows? He'll- Sorry, I'm just adjusting the setup in OBS. Keep playing.
Authors never played a video game before. There are things that just don't feel logical for a story set in an MMORPG. Some things are stupid and weird in order to facilitate the plot, and some things are stupid and weird for the sake of being stupid and weird. Do the health bars have numbers or not? Because it varies literally from shot to shot.
Oh yeah. I didn't think about that. I guess I would have to see the context to see just like how inconsistent it is. But yeah, it's kind of weird that like one shot there is, another there isn't. The most charitable thing I could think of is as like a UI thing people could change. Wait, actually, was that the same character? Let me rewind. Huh.
An MMORPG. Some things are stupid and weird in order to facilitate the plot, and some things are stupid and weird for the sake of being stupid and weird. Do the health bars have numbers or not? Because it varies literally from shot to shot.
Oh, that is the same character. Sorry, I missed that. I don't know how, but yeah, that's a weird just change, like literally the same scene. Yeah, I should take note of that. I did not notice that. Uh Scene to scene. Escape fighting the where is it? It's like apes, I guess these are. Find the ape enemies. In one shot, it just goes health bar, and the next shows the specific amount of health points along with her level. That's 709. Okay. Yeah, sorry I'm taking long with typing some of these notes. Just one of the main things I want to do for these streams is just sort of like take notes from what's going on. That's weird. Should be. Oh, sorry. Took OBS a bit to catch up. I'll just scroll down with notes so like I could type more. Maybe I wasn't showing for a second. It's weird.
Shot. Here's two shots from the same episode. Chests and quests might reset. There are a couple times that people reference redoing a mission for rewards, but other times they treat quests like a one-time event. This is weird.
Yeah, I guess the most charitable way you can view it to be that some quests respawn, some don't, but they don't really go into that too much once again past the second episode. Like, it's like a very important distinction. Considering that one of Kibao's main arguments is that beta testers were basically stealing all the best quests on the first floor. So yeah, that's just something the show should be more detailed. Like, why is this no longer an issue past episode 2? Um, episode 3. Oh yeah, it's very. If you're talking about the health bar, then yeah, it's a minor continuity issue, not a big problem, but yeah, it's something I never noted. I never actually noticed before. So yeah, it's a bit weird. But like the respawnable, non-respawnable quests, that's pretty big, considering like I said, that's like the main thing about Keep like talking about con his main thing basically to condemn beta testers, so well, it doesn't get acknowledged or come up as an issue again.
Because in basically any MMORPG, any player can complete an NPC's quest. Since you pay for the game, this feels like something they should probably figure out, but it's subject to change on a line-by-line basis. I have more of these, but I can't.
I mean, I might be misremembering. Isn't the only thing that, like, one time, like, Kibao's complaining about the respawnable quests, then Kirito complain about the non-respawnable quests, then Kirito mentions a respawnable one. And I don't think that's necessarily even like a contradiction, just that there's some distinction that like causes an issue, yet the show doesn't go into as much detail as it should. So yeah, I don't know if I'd agree that's a contradiction, really.
Explain them without spoiling something I want to talk about. But just remember that these are issues with basically every episode in the show. This is the foundation of the very world these characters exist in, and anyone who's played a video game is going to wonder if you have the faintest idea of what you're writing about. Earlier I said some of these issues facilitate the plots of certain episodes, and unfortunately I have a stellar example for you. The Moonlit Black Cat situation is a genuine hot mess. The hook for the episode is that Kirito joined a guild called the Moonlit Black Cats, but what they don't know is that he's twice their level. What online multiplayer game have you ever played where you can't see a party member's level? That is one of the most basic pieces of information a game will give you about one of the people you're partied with. He is.
Yeah, I got nothing. That does seem pretty off to me. If even well, I guess I could be wrong since like I said, I don't know that much about MMOs, but yeah, it just seems bizarre that they wouldn't give you like something that basic about like someone you're in a party with. Kibao's main criticism is beta testers hogging resources. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. What I meant is how do I say it? Yeah, I guess it was like that, and the fact that they were stealing all the best quests. That's like what he said. I guess that sort of entails like hogging resources, because like quests probably give you like certain different quests give you different resources, I imagine. Also, the guidebook I don't think is referenced outside of Agiel putting Kibao down. Yeah, I don't think it is. And it's weird because at the end they could have actually or rather outside the episode, yeah. But one thing I thought about episode 2 is that Kibao's main thing to Kirito is that he knew about the boss's second weapon, yet he hid that from the group, which is why he calls him a beta tester. But it's also like the last time we saw him, he hasn't read the info book, and it's possible that he still hasn't. So I think the show could have actually brought that back, explained if he actually read it or not, then say like, wait a minute, this piece of information wasn't written down. I mean, it would be very convenient that the beta testers left that out, but there'll be like something we can prove like Kirito knows something that everyone else doesn't. Maybe that could have worked. But yeah, they just don't really bring up the guidebook again.
Double their level, and they never figure it out. He's hanging out with them for months. This seems.
Now thoughts on the peak that is Saint Rose 2. Afraid I haven't played any of the Saints Row games. Yes, he refers specifically to a quest, how he get the green puff, tells Asuna he can show her the trick. Not necessarily a major contradiction, but we never get clarification. Yeah, that's... Yeah, totally agree with that. We almost forgot, yeah, I should take note of, the, conveniently, the game doesn't tell players the level of players in a... Wait, was the Moonlit Black I don't remember if they were party or guild. I should... Let me double check that. I think it was a party, but yeah, I just want to make sure the specific term, just in case that ends up being important. Guild, okay, yeah, it calls it a guild. In a guild with 8. We also see later that they can look at the exact location of people on friends list. Yeah. Pretty crazy you can do that, but no, you don't know what level they are. Oh man. And I'll come back later on for another stupid thing in the murder mystery arc, but I guess we'll wait until Knightley talks about that. Sorry. Excuse me, I mean.
Kind of inconsequential, but because Sword Art Online will scale relative to player level, this will inadvertently lead to the death of everyone in the party except for Kirito. One of the...
Does the game confirm that? That like Kirito being higher level makes the enemies around them more dangerous? I just thought the Moonlit Black Cats got reckless and they went into a dungeon that's too high of a level, then they fell into a trap. I don't remember if they ever say anything about Kirito's higher level making enemies stronger. Yeah, Rangi, do you remember this? Because I don't even know if they mentioned that or they ever confirmed that in the show. Uh, guess I'll take note of that. Yeah, that's something like might just look into later on because I can't find. I don't know if I'll be able to find that as quickly just from like a Google search. So I'll just say that like I don't think that the show ever confirm says this. It's in danger. I'm pretty sure that the show never confirms this. Just underline that for later. Also, advice for reading chats is read it out loud so it becomes less dead air and more content. Oh yeah, yeah, sorry. I think I've been trying to do that. I think it was just like sometimes I don't forgot. But yeah, yeah, I'll try to keep that in mind, doing like the same voice and actually read out the chats. I'll I'll try to keep that in mind.
Members of the Moonlit Black Cats is named Sachi, and she is scared to die. And that is the only trait anyone in this group has aside from being an idiot. Sachi isn't a character so much as she's a tool for the author to hurt Kirito.
Yeah, that's. I really struggled to think of anything else going on with Sachi's character other than she doesn't want to die, which isn't like it's like a fine motivation on its own, but like that's yeah, she's a pretty underbaked character. Yeah, we're supposed to care when she dies in a really stupid way.
But it doesn't even really work that well because she isn't interesting. As a point of comparison, let's talk about the Hunger Games. Rue's character doesn't work very effectively because
Okay, I can't really speak for the Hunger Games. Yeah, just feel free to pitch in chat if you have any uh comments. But yeah, I haven't I've never seen Hunger Games.
she exists to play the cute kid card. These characters are ultra death coded because their sole function is to make the main character reflect on the cruelty of the
Yeah, I thought it was never mentioned that sorry, but just I'm in trouble talking. Yeah, it was never mentioned that Kirito being a higher level makes enemies more difficult. And in fact doesn't fit in because then that interferes with every other escort quest Kirito does. Yeah, that's true. Think that's it would be something they mention, but yeah, yeah, I'm really not sure. Wait, maybe this is something from the novels, and he's like mixing them up, like whether the show explains it or not. But yeah, I'm pretty sure never goes into this the show. So.
circumstance. Rue and Sachi are bland because the primary point of their character is the baseline for everyone else in the series. Everyone in Sword Art Online is scared of dying in the game, so when a character shows up and her only lines are "I don't want to die," it's pretty obvious what's gonna happen. Eventually they get enough money to buy a house. While the guild leader is out, the group decides to go grinding for money to buy new furniture for their house. At this point, the players have access to 28 levels of Aincrad, so instead of grinding on the top level, they go to level 27. They are going to the second highest floor available to them in the death game, where if you die, to grind out money for furniture. I don't understand how they made it this far. While they're in the
Yeah, that's God, they're so stupid, all of them. It's a skill. I'm not good at it either. Yeah. Oh wait, is that about what I said about reading chats out loud? Well, I guess there's like a bit of a long delay. I said that a bit ago. Um, but yeah, the black cats are just really stupid for just taking this risk that they have like no good reason to do and leads to them all dying. Um, oh, didn't realize you were behind. Oh, okay. No, don't worry about it. Just, just thought it was weird.
Dungeon, they stumbled upon a room with one entrance and nothing inside it but a chest in the middle.
That's a bit loud. Okay, turn it down a little bit, I guess.
The only one who does
Yeah, this was like, that was just me, but that was like quite a bit louder. Delays usually roughly a minute or two, if I recall. Oh, wow. When I tested out, it only seemed like, delay was made like 5 or 10 seconds. I don't know if that depends on connection or something else. Maybe if it had to do with it being a private stream, that's just how it seemed when I was doing test streams.
doesn't die like immediately is Sachi, who has to traumatize Kirito a little extra. If there are any Sword Art Online fans who actually cared about this, can I interview you? Kirito's torn up about this all the way till Christmas, and he hears a rumor about a seasonal boss that drops a unique item. I'll cut to the chase. Kirito fights the Santa boss off screen, and it turns out the revival item only works if you get to the person within 10 seconds of their death. It isn't worth anything to him now, so he ends up giving it to Klein, and that's how the episode ends off. Even crazier, this item never comes up again. And I know that not every Chekhov's gun is meant to be fired. Sometimes it is just a gun on the wall, but this is very clearly supposed to be implemented again. I think if you want to make this episode
Yeah, it's weird that they doesn't come up again. I mean, the one obvious example people point to is I guess like reviving that would actually give Kirito a way to not get killed by Kaiba in the last episode of the arc. So that would be like some actual payoff that would not make this that like re-implement this plot point, but just yeah, it just doesn't come up. It's weird. I don't know if I've taken note of that. Maybe I should. I think the Moonlit Black Cats were the first potential for the series to get interesting, and them dying so early makes the episode a waste. Yeah, it's big missed potential, especially since it's like supposed to be one of the pivotal moments of Kirito's arc where he realizes like he can't let people get too close or they'll just die around him. Or at least that's how he kind of feels at the moment, why he doesn't want to join up with other players. But yeah, it's just so rushed and built on really stupid writing. All they need is for Klein to use it to save Kirito. Yeah, that's true. Well, I guess it does create a problem with like the paralysis poison. They probably have to change some scenes around and well, I guess they did show that like they're capable of some movement, even while like paralyzed. I'm pretty sure like I checked the episode again, but I'm pretty sure like Klein like moves around a little bit. I don't know if they can like use an item to heal, but yeah, I understand it's like totally possible that they could have re-implemented that, but they just don't do anything with it. Yeah, being a 2 or 3 parter, that would have really helped.
would work, they actually need to know about Kirito being overleveled. It gives them a good reason to keep him in.
Sorry, I forgot to take note. Comes up again after the second episode. No, sorry, third episode. Even though it could have given an excuse for Kirito to not get killed by Kayaba rather than not getting killed through what was even like this is just like the power of human will that allows him to break the game, something stupid like that. The power of human will. Paralysis just needs some actual mechanics around it. What we see of it, it's absolutely broken. Yeah, totally. It's just one of many things that they should explain, but they just don't. It's frustrating.
In the party, despite the fact that he doesn't really know them very well. If he isn't hiding his level, it can work as a pretty good way to introduce new issues. When you're with someone strong, you're much more likely to bite off more than you can chew, so that could be why they want to hit the higher levels of the dungeon.
Yeah, I think sorry, voice crack. I think that alone, that's already like a more compelling premise than the actual reason why they choose to go for the high level dungeon and the reason why Kirito feels guilty. That I feel like that alone, you already have like a lot more to work with. And yeah, it's a shame they went with what they did.
We'll be fine as long as Kirito's here, or something like that. It literally writes itself. It even gives a reason for Sachi to be extra close to him. She's scared to die, so she wants to stick with the strongest person they know. And then when Kirito promises she won't die, it means something instead of it being the most obvious result of the situation. I don't want to talk about Silica.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that was a bad episode.
This episode is so much worse in hindsight.
And I don't even know if it's like the worst. Like it's probably one of like the I have like less to criticize about the episode, but it is bad by all means.
Episode 4 has a bunch of issues, but hopefully it shouldn't take nearly as long to cover. We meet a girl named Silica whose pet dragon Pina gets killed by a bunch of gorillas. Kirito saves her and offers to help take her to floor 47 to find a specific item to revive it. When they make it back to town, Silica's confronted by a girl that used to be partied with her, but she's vaguely menacing, so it's probably a good thing they don't hang out anymore. Since he saved her, Silica's been developing feelings for Kirito. Nothing more than a crush though. That would be ridiculous. They grab the item and the mission is basically over like that. As they're heading back though, the girl from earlier pops up with some players with orange icons. See, earlier Kirito explained what the weird like Sims icon is. Essentially, it's an evil meter. Or I guess murder meter makes more sense? Green crystals are fine. Once you commit a crime against another player, it turns orange, and for some reason you're called a red player. The red-headed girl is here with a whole gang of violent players, but when they start to attack Kirito, his health regenerates faster than they can deal the damage. This is played off like it's supposed to be some cool badass moment for him, but it's genuinely just uninteresting. Of course he's stronger. The plot of the last episode is that he was over-leveled. What's important to note
Silica episode isn't spectacularly bad compared to the rest. Outside, I guess it brings in this weird stuff with his sister and is kind of weird generally. Yeah, that is pretty weird. I think my main issue with it is actually just actually no, I think he actually mentions like my biggest issue with the episode, so I'll wait a bit.
is that this moment shows that he's strong enough to tank several people attacking him at once. Just something to consider going forward.
And I guess like as for the thing like people attacking like not fast enough, so like he keeps like healing from it. I don't know if that would be my main criticism. It's more that like it sets a precedent that's pretty common throughout the arc that Kirito will just gain access to whatever overpowered abilities he needs in order to win a certain situation, and there isn't like really any setup to it, so it's just very unsatisfying. He always just pulls something out that we never didn't really get much indication of before. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's introduced out of nowhere, never comes up again. That's like yeah, it's like my exact issue.
He kind of just wins. Once they get back
I guess I should mention that why I don't agree. Toes regenerating health for being uninteresting, and and telling the viewer yet again that he is strong, when my criticism would be that it sets a precedent for Kirito pulling out whatever overpowered abilities that will benefit him without much setup. It also never comes up again for the rest of the arc. Okay, sorry, that's a bit of a longer one, but a bit more to say. The guy also doesn't bring up the issue of teleport crystals. Yeah, that doesn't mention that. Well, he might, but he does go back to like my main issue, I think. But let's see.
Silica says she's excited to tell Peanut all about the day where she had her own big brother. The whole episode was framed like a date. This dichotomy is
yeah, that's pretty sus. Like, framed as a days that. God, I actually forgot about that. That's really bad. How do I write this? Episode 4 ends with Silica thinking of Kirito as a big brother, when the episode prior framed their scenes together as a date. What did Kawahara mean by this?
consistent throughout the entire episode. Earlier, Kirito says that he's helping because Silica reminds him of his little sister, and they then proceed to do the weird date stuff. Man, I hope this doesn't end up being
Yeah, there's weird stuff in this episode, not held by every woman Kirito meets wanting to date him, and the precedent there. Yeah, it's unfortunate. The show chose to do that with like most of its major female characters. Yeah, this is just one of the most sus examples. Well, the others just they have issues of their own.
a bad omen of how Reki Kawahara writes sibling relationships. That
Yeah, yeah. I didn't notice the signs until now.
sure would be repulsive. This episode is actually really confusing when I sit down and think about it. What's the goal here? Like, what's the point in telling us this story? Kirito's already moved on past his trauma enough to bring an underleveled player on a mission where he knew her life would be in danger. So
Yeah, doesn't feel like it really adds much to the plot, especially since like I guess you can kind of say this about like all the main girls, that like they get like one episode to develop them, then they're kind of just they don't add anything to the rest of the arc. It leads to them like that there's so much they needed to develop, but instead they focus on these minor storylines that ultimately don't amount to much and have like all these issues of their own. So yeah, I agree. It's w- big waste of time.
So clearly it isn't about continuing his arc after the last episode. He developed off screen. By this point, he's stated to
I guess technically they do bring it up again, but they do like it does seem like it doesn't affect him enough that like he's fine with doing this with Silica. So I don't know if I'd say like oh they bring back his arc again, but yeah, it's kind of awkward that like it doesn't progress that arc really. It's weird.
be a part of the team that's taking on the bosses too. So clearly he isn't afraid of playing nice with others either. So what's the point of reinforcing his solo playstyle through the Moonlit Black Cat incident?
Yeah, I didn't think about yeah, he's fine with joining up with that the people fighting that floor boss, even if like he isn't technically part of the group, he's still like helping them out. Yeah, it's kind of weird that like they don't it feels like they don't acknowledge it as much as they should. I'll also take note of that. The show doesn't acknowledge Kirito trauma and how it leads to him playing solo as much as it could, especially with him helping Silica and the other players fighting the floor is field boss, I think it's was called in episode was it 5 or 6? I know I took note of it. Let me check quickly. Crime the walls. Yeah, it's episode 5. Okay.
It's like Kawahara is actively trying not to write him. That's why we skipped over 20 floors between episode 3 and 4!
Yeah, yeah. God, we skipped so much time in this show. Yeah, I guess I'm sort of repeating myself, but yeah, just it's one of many things that leads to the world feeling very poorly realized.
The murder mystery episodes are fine. These episodes are the
Um, I I think the murder mystery episodes are like some of the worst. Um, in the show, or the arc, I guess. Fairy Dance like is like a lot worse. Well, I guess let's hear him out, but off the bat, I already disagree.
first two in which we see Asuna and Kirito really interact with one another. At this point, Asuna is the second in command for the Knights of the Blood Oath, which is the strongest guild in the game. This is cool and all until they put her in a scene with Kirito, and then she's forcefully shoved into the damsel in distress role. Kawahara can't help but make her useless, either by not letting her do anything meaningful unless it's to show that she's just as cool as Kirito, or by literally removing all of her agency in a given situation. It's actually really fun to bet on which
Um, I guess I can agree there's a problem with Asuna's agency, but seems like a bit of a tangent. I thought I was talking about the murder mystery episodes, but now he's talking about something else. Bit weird, but
it's going to be in any given scene. In this specific episode, Asuna is just so bland. She's important because she's
um, I think this might be like probably like the most characterization we give us. I mean, we do completely gloss over her arc becoming like this shy introvert into a confident leader, but I mean, there's like some conflict with like her and Kirito. I guess like disagreeing like how they should the morality of killing NPCs and like how seriously they should take beating the game. While both of these things have like their own like stupid things, there's at least like something there like Austin actually like she's like in the right, yet the show like doesn't seem to be aware or nah, how I say it. Feels like she's in the right, yet doesn't in the end she sort of like concedes, I guess, and there isn't really any like conflict between her and Kirito, any like disagreements, kind of just ends after episode 5. Easily the most of her characterization. Yeah, yeah, totally. Um, okay. What do you exactly say about her? I'll make sure I'm getting it right.
Her useless, either by not letting her do anything meaningful unless it's to show that she's just as cool as Kirito, or by literally removing all of her agency in a given situation. It's actually really fun to bet on which it's going to be in any given scene. In this specific episode, Asuna is just so bland.
Says that Asuna is so bland in episode 5 specifically, despite it containing the most characterization for her by far. Yeah, a bit of a weird point. It's a mistake that we didn't get any of the interaction or conflict leading up to this point. Yeah, 100%. Because, like, yeah, I think, like, I don't know if it was, like, Agiel or, like, some other players says, like, oh, you two are always arguing or something like that. But yeah, once again, we kind of just skipped to this point. And when I feel like the setup could have been, like, kind of interesting. The show never realizes Kirito has no argument about the NPC village, and that argument also never amounts to anything. Yeah, I really hate that his lack of an argument against killing NPCs, but then also how, like, he acts in the scene next. I mean, I guess I don't know if I should go too much into it now, but it almost, like, gives the impression that he's, like, a lack of regard for human life. That he cares so much about, like, protecting, not killing these respawnable NPCs, by the way, that he will, like, that he won't help out the players and potentially let more of them die because he just can't kill NPCs. It's, well, it's something. Bland is also pretty flat criticism. Yeah, there's like some things like this, and from what I remember, he doesn't really like elaborate, just says like bland, I don't care about it. Yeah, I really wish he would have elaborated. Well, actually, to be fair, he might, but yeah, this is a bit of a lacking argument, just the premise.
She's important because she's Kirito's love interest, but you can slot her out for any other character in the series, and the only thing that changes is what Kirito has for lunch and dinner. Fuck it, man, let Kirito and Klein solve a murder mystery together. I bet that'd be awesome. Kirito isn't interesting either, but that's
okay. So he doesn't really explain why she's bland. Saying that like she's just like a love interest, but even though like I think he's ignoring that like this is the only one that actually gives her like some significant characterization. It's this and their like episode 2 that probably give us the most. Or no, they do. I think they do give us the most, but yeah, it's just a weird point. Although I do agree that like Kirito and Klein teaming up to solve a murder mystery, that alone I think would have been better. But well.
More fish found in water shit. Kirito and Asuna are hanging out when someone's murdered in one of the safe zones of the game, which is usually impossible. They start investigating and eventually another player's killed right in front of them. I'll walk you through the mystery, why not? There is this guild called the Golden Apple. A rare item dropped and they voted 5-3 to sell it. Their guild leader, Griselda, died while trying to sell it, and there are a couple of suspects. Griselda's husband, Grimlock, another party member named Schmidt, and they're basically the only two that matter. Schmidt is certain that Griselda's ghost is the one committing the murders, and when he goes to her grave to apologize, he's confronted by the two people who died in the episode. They faked their deaths to trick him into confessing, but he didn't do anything other than provide information to the killers. As it turns out, Grimlock is the one who had Griselda killed, and it's so fire for like 30 seconds. He wanted to keep the item, and since they were married, they shared inventory space. While Griselda was out trying to sell it, he had her killed so the item transferred into his inventory. This is set up fine enough. Asuna talks once about how marriage in the game is sweet.
Let's see what he says. Actually, let me rewind that, just to make sure I'm getting everything.
The murder.
Wait, what did you say? I'd say my issue with Asuna is that we don't get a good idea of her personality outside of Jane Good Guy, who takes everything super serious, but that's more how they use their time at this point. Yeah, isn't like super strong characterization, even like what we get in episode 5, but it's like actually something. So yeah, just saying that's bland, that wouldn't be my criticism.
And when he goes to her grave to apologize, he's confronted by the two people who died in the episode. They faked their deaths to trick him into confessing, but he didn't do anything other than provide information to the killers. As it turns out, Grimlock is the one who had Griselda killed, and it's so fire for like 30 seconds. He wanted to keep the item, and since they were married, they shared inventory space. While Griselda was out trying to sell it, he had her killed so the item transferred into his inventory. This is set up fine enough. Asuna talks once about how marriage in the game is sweet since you share inventory space and crap, and then Kirito rushes out to catch the guy after figuring it out. This works fine enough, and I was gonna say that the series did one whole thing correctly, but
I don't know if I'd say got like correctly. And there might be like other. I just off the top of my head, I think like the issue I had with that was why am I so slow today? My issue. Well, yeah, it's like it's kind of convenient that she brought up like the one mechanic that would be like the answer to what's going on. The fact that there's just like the lack of acknowledgement of the mechanic outside of this plot point, like how like players can directly share inventory space. We don't see anyone like take advantage of it, or the fact that characters like don't really I guess if let me check my notes. I guess those are just like off the top of my head, my issues, but I think there was something else. Oh, and also that I guess that's more of a general issues with the mystery. Okay, never mind. Let's see. Yeah, I'm in trouble finding it. Maybe I'll just move on. But yeah, I wouldn't even just like those issues I mentioned. I take issue with how this reveal was executed.
But, unfortunately, this is just Kirito's theory. Grimlock goes on to explain why he actually killed Griselda. Grimlock and Griselda were married in real life too. She was a little too happy in the game.
Yeah, I guess I'll add that. Real of Grimlock. Not Grimlock. Taking advantage of the marriage system is executed well because it was set up by Asuna before. Even though I'll just put that for now.
So he had her killed because he'd rather his wife be miserable, I guess. You know, you can just break up with your partner, like, for any reason, really. As long as you think it's valid, that's all that matters. Because to be in a relationship, both people have to want to be in the relationship, right? You don't have to murder her, man. I hope that isn't news for anyone watching this. I cut out a lot of the filler here, but I promise it
I
is.
mean, I guess the argument is that like he's just crazy and doesn't like really like respect his wife. Because when just her showing her like some agency, like he thinks like she's basically like not the woman he knows. So yeah, I could just be like joking, but I don't know. I don't feel like that alone would be like what I would criticize about the reveal. I mean, it seems to be like you start talking about like the issues, and then he mentions this, so I'm guessing this is his criticism, but I don't really see it. I think one thing I would criticize and just the mystery in general is that we get so many like reveals that are based on pieces of information we're just like give like no indication of. Like it's almost like the BBC Sherlock show where like the characters look smart because they figure things out with information there's no way the viewer could figure out. So it's like unsatisfying as a plot twist or or like a reveal. So let's see. Seems critical of Grimlock killing his wife instead of just breaking up.
Isn't very interesting. I'm really doing you a favor here. Imagine the same amount of plot stretched over 40 minutes with no meaningful additions. It's so bland.
The friend list map thing also could easily have revealed too early that the deaths were faked. Oh yeah, that's one thing I'm planning on mentioning in the video. That's such a big oversight. Makes some what were the characters? Iyoko and some other guy. This makes them look insanely stupid for not considering this massive flaw in their plan. Yeah, it's just yeah, it's like really dumb. And for some reason Knightley doesn't mention these things. It's weird.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention, they see Griselda's ghost. This isn't explained, this isn't elaborated on, it's hardly even commented on.
Hey, Kirito? Do you want to friend me? It's kind of silly not to.
It's not that I don't want. Hey!
By the way, did you just see that ghost? The Liz episode is a little extra
Okay, yeah, I guess that's fair. Like, pretty crazy that they see a ghost and there's just a lack of acknowledgement of it. There's no explanation why she's there. I guess you could, like, imply, like, what's going on later with, like, Kayaba's digital ghost and, fairy dance. But yeah, they just don't explain it, and the lack of acknowledgement afterwards is bizarre, really. Also, this guy we only tangentially hear about was the killer of his wife. Yeah, you barely get anything, so like it's anything about him, so you can't really figure out that he did it. I not even like figure out he did it, just be able to put like the pieces together. Cause well, you just weren't given the pieces. You weren't given all of them. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why, yeah, I think these episodes are like really, I think especially episode 6 is like one of the worst of the arc and the show in general. Excuse me. Yeah, surprised he thinks that they're fine.
frustrating because it's a really great example of how Kawahara tends to write women. If they aren't in love with Kirito, they aren't worth keeping in the story. Period.
Oh wait, I forgot I was talking about Liz. React to Ian new song. I don't know who's Ian, but yeah, I'm doing a live stream right now. Yeah, I don't really know what to do about that. I don't know Ian. Sorry.
Episode is about a blacksmith named Liz. This is the first time we see a player that doesn't go out into the field unless it's necessary. Liz is a business owner in the game, and she has a ton of personality. For all of 7 minutes, Kirito comes into a shop looking
Yeah, I guess she isn't like a great character either, but I at least found her like a bit more endearing than the other throwaway love interests. Not that type of react. Yeah, not the type of stream I'm doing. Yeah, I don't even know if I can play music here while getting cop. Well, I guess I could just like listen to it. That'd be kind of awkward. But yeah, I'm not that interested in doing like music content on this channel. So yeah, no plans for that anytime soon.
for a weapon that's as good or better than what he's currently using. He breaks from Magnum Opus, and they decide to go together to get materials
She has the same problem most characters have, a lack of time. Yeah, pretty much.
for the best sword ever. Out near the Fortress of Solitude, Kirito fights a dragon for the materials they need. And this might be a little nitpicky, but I think this is my least favorite design in the entire series. It may very well be a side effect of early CGI, but I still have to look at it while I edit the video. While Kirito's fighting the dragon, Liz steps out of cover and they're both blown into a big pit. Kirito has to use a potion to heal, even though he has regeneration skills. And let's
That is true. Huh, didn't think about that. For some reason, Kirito drinks a healing potion while in a safe area, even though he has a passive regeneration skill. And even if it turned out he was just being careful, the fact that we don't like get like acknowledgement of the passive regeneration is dumb. You see Gachikuta? I'm sorry, I don't know what Gachikuta is. I think that's an anime or manga, one of those. Okay, looks like anime and a manga. Yeah, I haven't checked that out. Not too up to date with new anime or manga. I'm watching like City the animation, but that's about it really. And of the side characters for Aincrad, Klein and Agiel probably some of the most defined characters. Yeah, totally. Man, it's especially frustrating with Agiel or Agiel. I don't even remember, but because you actually see him like the first scene with him portrays him as like somewhat competent and like making an argument against Kibao with facts and logic. So yeah, there's just kind of just a background character. It's a shame. You missing out. Maybe. I might check it out, but yeah, I've no plans, especially since so many things I'm watching right now. So no, I haven't seen Kaiju 8 either.
pretend you can only have a couple skills on at a time. Why wouldn't you turn that on when you know you have to fight a dragon? Or like, when you're at the bottom of a pit at
Well, I mean, it's like I thought it was like a passive skill, not one that he turns on. I think it'd be valid to say like, yeah, why does he drink a potion when like he has and waste it when he doesn't really need to? That's pretty strange. But like, yeah, is the passive regen a thing he turns on? Yeah, I don't think so. it seemed like a passive skill he just has. I could check episode 4, see if they mention anything about that, but I don't think they do. Let me open it up. Okay. My battle healing skill auto regenerates every 10 seconds. Okay, it seems like an automatic thing. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's saying, yeah. Nightly, for some reason, thinks that this skill is something to turn that can be the auto regen skill be turned on or off. And my criticism would be like, it just doesn't make sense for him to use like the healing potion, but isn't like a contradiction, I guess? It's just kind of stupid. I'm pretty sure he... So maybe he has to be fighting to be active. Maybe. Oh, wait. Combat region. Yeah, that's a good point. My battle healing skill. Okay. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Might be that. It could be... I'll add that. Since he called it... It was like battle? Called it a battle healing skill. It's probably during... It might just work during battle, but the show doesn't elaborate. Yeah, Rainy, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Okay, wait, I missed a few. Kaiju 8 clears SAO. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. SAO's really bad. Yeah, I'm not here to like defend it, just like assessing arguments about it, whether I agree or disagree. Like, even if I agree that SEO is a terrible show, I don't agree with some of the arguments Knightley is making. So it's more about how he reaches that conclusion I'm talking about rather than the conclusion itself. Probably best way I can explain it. If he needs to be actively fighting for combat regen, the potion makes sense. Yeah, that's true. SEO got the cousin situation. It's weird as shit. Yeah, I don't think I'll be talking too much about that since like a fairy dance thing. At least in my video, he'll probably mention it. Issue is we don't see that skill again. Yep, that's seems to be a bit of a trend.
Have health, and you can just regenerate the health instead of drinking a potion. He's an ultra gamer. That is the only unique thing about him. Why is he acting stupid? Is it because Kawahara wanted to write a cool scene without thinking about the long-term implications? Because I think Kawahara wanted to write a cool scene without thinking about the long-term implications.
And he's right about that. I just don't agree with all of his points. It's like leading up to it.
And oh my god, are the implications frustrating. It turns out the metal they were looking for is
Wait, actually, I don't think he talked about like the prison thing in episode 4. That was like one of my biggest issues from like a world building perspective. Like, how does this prison work? Is it like automatic? Why would the prison take in like the red hair lady if she still like has like a green indicator over her head? Like, just like a lot of questions that like aren't answered. Just says like, oh, there's a prison and I'm teleporting you there. And it makes you wonder, like, is anyone abusing this system? Like, forcefully teleporting other people? Or do they have to consent to be teleport? It's just so many bizarre implications that just the is it run, but yeah, we don't really get explanation. Just one of many plot points like that. But I just find the existence of the prison especially weird. Yeah, I need to drink some water. Okay.
Dragon crap, and they found it in the pit that they're hiding in. The dragon comes back and Kirito gets them out of the pit by hitching a ride, but as they're in the air, Liz yells something over to Kirito.
Don't freak out! But I'm falling in love with you!
Girl, you have known him for a day. Do better. Later they make it back and Liz makes
Yeah,
the
do
sword.
better.
Asuna walks in and Liz sees that she's also into him, so she runs out crying. Kirito later tracks her down and just tells her how all the events of the episode impacted him, instead of us seeing that in the episode as it was happening. The show is basing.
Yeah, it would have been nice if, like, we actually got to see more of that, but no.
All of Kirito's emotional growth on characters that are far too shallow to do the heavy lifting. If the show followed Kirito as he went on his journey and we saw how all these stories really impacted him, I'm sure the show would be passable, at least functional. However, the show has elected to make everyone obsessed with Kirito with mildly changing flavors of dependency, and gives none of them a personality, which leaves the viewer with a really subpar experience.
There's, like, some personality, but yeah, it doesn't really, they're still really underbaked and underutilized. Also, we never see any special properties of this sword. Yeah, I don't think so. I guess it's just supposed to be, like, really strong. That's why I wanted it. Yeah, it's weird.
Is Sword Art Online your favorite anime? How? Hey, so I looked at the episode.
Yeah, I don't know how people. I mean, it's fine if you like it, but how people think this show's good, I'll never understand.
List. We're done with SAO proper in 6 episodes. It's actually 7. I'm just not gonna talk about one of them because it's really boring. Like, even more boring than the rest of these somehow. Asuna cooks them food, and then Kirito fights her stalker. She's the second in command of her guild. I don't get why I don't get how this is really an issue for her. We've also jumped.
Yeah, that's weird. She's like second in command, but she can't do much about the stalking guy and has to have Kirito fight him. Well, I mean, I guess, wait a minute. I guess, like, well, this is like what the higher ups wanted. What was I forgot this guy's name. Let me check. Okay, episode 10. Curidial, that's his name. Yeah, I think like one of the higher ups like want like Curidial watch her, but then after the fight she just sends him away anyway, so I guess she has the power to do that. Um yeah, it's strange. I'll take note of that. Asuna POV episodes unrelated to Kirito would have helped a lot with characterization. Yeah, Kirito. There's so much more like interesting things they could be going into, but no, like Kirito's so cool to get more of him. uh, Curidial, leave her alone at the beginning of the episode, despite her doing just that after Curidial's duel with Kirito.
ahead by a good amount of time again. We're on floor 74 now. They've been in Sword Art Online for 2 years. Man, wouldn't it be cool if we could see the death game they're playing? I think that could be fire. The boss fight on the 74th floor is the Gleam Eyes, and this is one of the most iconic moments in the series, which is baffling because it's just not interesting. This is the moment when Kirito uses dual wielding for the first time, and it's framed as his biggest moment so far. I mean, come on, he's using 2 swords, guys. And it looks pretty, but the scene itself doesn't have any actual weight. I guess I should probably explain how we got here. Just remember, we're building up to the most hype moment of the season. Asuna and Kirito are working their way through the dungeon when they stumble upon the boss room. They take a peek inside, and when they see the boss, they get freaked out and hightail it out of there. Thankfully, the door was just wide open, unlike every other boss room we see in the series. Once they're safely away, they talk about how they'd need the entire team to take it down. I'll even play you the clip. It is going to be the clip from the dub though, because I want you to suffer.
We're gonna have to put tanks in the front row and keep switching out just to wear it down.
Yeah, and it wouldn't hurt to have about 10 shield users.
Klein and his guys are here too, and right after they finish catching up, a group of red shirts from a player guild show up. They immediately demand to know where the boss room is, and they're intent on going. Despite knowing that their guild is lower level, and despite the fact that half of their group is about to puke from exhaustion, Kirito willingly gives them this information. They then walk off screen. Oh no, they went to fight the boss! So now that the red shirts are in the boss room, they can't use their teleportation.
I guess, well, did he know they were gonna... They were immediately gonna go without them taking a break? Let me check, because I mean, if he didn't know that, I was just giving them information, I'd be a bit more reasonable than, what Knightley is suggesting, but I'm not sure if that's what happens. Okay, look at episode 9. I mean... Okay, it's a bit weird. Yeah, okay, it seems like only afterwards they say like, okay, we're going in now, even though the troops are at half strength. Which, yeah, is really stupid, but also they didn't tell Kirito before. Or like he could have assumed like, okay, they'll take a break. But yeah, I don't know if I'd criticize that. It's wild how little meaningful action there is in the earlier episodes from 3 onward, but his argument about weight is kinda ill-worded. Like, if this is the first full serious fight, if I recall, we see since episode 2, with the dual wielding, why take a break? Sell a teleport crystal. Wait, are you talking about like leaving the sorry, you mean that they shouldn't take a break, they use a teleport crystal just so they can leave the yeah, yeah, it makes more sense, get like a rest and then come back. But since like the leader guy's stupid, we don't get that. And but yeah, I guess the criticism is that like Kirito assumed that they'd have like time to like rest and recover before they get moving, and they don't do that. So I don't yeah, I don't agree with this criticism Knightley is making. Criticizes Kirito for giving the... It's like Aincrad Liberation Front. Information about the boss room location. Pointing out that the soldiers are exhausted. But Kirito only learns afterwards that I think his name is Korvats? Korvats, yeah. That Korvats isn't is going to fight the boss right away without giving his men time to heal. Okay. So yeah, don't agree with that.
Crystals. So it's a good thing the door is literally wide open. They're gonna get killed if our heroes don't step in to do something. Now that we're back, Asuna gets her 2 seconds of shine before she gets punched in the face by the boss. And Kirito busts out the dual wielding skill for the first time in Sword Art Online history. It's almost kind of impressive how poorly this scene functions. He essentially solos the boss. If he's this strong and there are a handful of players that are relative to him, how are they still on level 74 of the game? Are you having trouble finding the boss rooms again? When Kirito
Yeah, I guess the criticism is that Kirito is weirdly overpowered. Like basically solo this boss while everyone else was struggling. Yeah. I also take issue with like his like power level. Did I write something about that in my notes? I'm not sure if I did. I'm talking about like my notes, I mean like my video script. I didn't, okay. I mean, you shouldn't be able to get this strong. Yeah. Especially when he's hunting solo, as he says. Yeah. Feels weird that it's possible for him to be this much better than everyone else in like an MMO that are like usually designed for group. Like, I just want to know, are designed for group encounters, like players teaming up. So yeah, that's a weird one. Is weirdly overpowered compared to the rest of the players, allowing him to single-handedly finish off a boss that otherwise would have killed even more players. Also, Kirito nearly dies here. Yeah, he does. Yeah, not a great choice to take on alone. Take on the boss alone. I guess that's just how heroic he is, but
and Asuna first run into the Gleam Eyes, their immediate reaction is, let's come back with lots of other people because we can't handle it ourselves. And I mean, apparently not. Kirito could handle it by himself, given the 10 seconds to equip the skill. Also,
yeah, weird that they had a discussion about bringing in more players when Kirito could just solo them. Like, even like, this would have to be like an insanely overpowered ability that just completely shifts like how this fight goes. Skill equips are also strange. Maybe, yeah, I don't think I've taken note about too much about that. I wouldn't be surprised there's like even more issues than the ones I've noticed. That Kirito about needing to bring in more players when Kirito could just solo them. But yeah, man, it's like a third of the way through the video. I don't think I'll have time for like any of the other videos. Like, I was also thinking about checking about Digibro and DX's videos about it, so probably just be this one if I can even finish it. Another mechanic that came out of nowhere, was never mentioned, but only there for dramatic. Yep, yep. That's 100%. That's one of the examples I mentioned of that reoccurring issue. So
How is this not a normally available skill in the game? I watched a dude dual wield axes.
oh yeah, it was a dual wielding axe guy. It's interesting. I mean, I guess I'd say that's weird. I don't know what to say about this.
Earlier, and since it's basically real life, couldn't you just do this? Surely some
Yeah, I guess probably could have addressed that. Like, why can't you just like hold two swords at once and fight with them? Did no one try that? Yeah, probably could have explained that, but there could be like explanation like you only need them. It's like Dark Souls, like where you're like under leveled. You can hold them, but you can't do much damage. A skill to dual wield swords.
someone unlocked it by now. This moment has a lot of fanfare, and I think if you aren't paying attention, it'll do enough to trick you into thinking it's some cool, badass scene. But there's nothing here. This is a nothing burger. It also doesn't help that this leads into the stupid fucking fight with Heathcliff.
Okay, he didn't talk much about it. It just says like it was like a nothing burger. I mean, I have other issues rather than just be like nothing burger, but well.
Kirito almost died in the my body's refusing to let me say the fucking my body's refusing to let me say the line. Kirito almost died in the Gleam Eyes fight. Let's ignore that Klein has the thing, by the way. Asuna decides that she wants to take a leave of absence from her guild. Now, her wanting to take a leave of absence is fine, but why is it solely motivated by Kirito nearly dying? She's the second in command of the best guild in the game.
Also, Kirito doesn't get last hit bonus on that fight, I don't think. Wait, does he? I don't remember. Could check. Oh, let's see. I guess you see like a pop-up in front of him, but I don't know if we get like a weapon. You see him get a reward. Let's see. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe there isn't one? No, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I didn't get any item. Yeah, I'm scrolling through the scene. I'm not seeing anything. So.
Surely she has a second reason for wanting to take a vacation. Surely she has one thought. When she started spending time with him, she started being written like every other woman in the series. Whatever tiddlywink of personality she had earlier has evaporated completely. Asuna tells her boss Heathcliff that she wants to take a break from being on the front lines. Not even that she wants to quit, just that she wants a break, and he says he'll let her go on one condition. Kirito has to fight him.
I mean,
In a duel.
it's I don't even know what I was gonna say. Don't mind me.
In front of everybody using dual wielding. If Kirito wins, Asuna gets her vacation, and if he loses, Kirito has to join the Knights of the Blood Oath. I'm sorry, heaven fucking forbid we let a girl decide what she wants to do in a death game where if you die, you die. At this point, why don't you quit? You don't need to be in the guild to participate in the raids. Kirito's whole thing is that he's a solo player that's still on the assault squad. It's not like they can stop you anyway. You're the third strongest player in the game. You can literally just leave. And
Yes. Yeah, I didn't think about that. It's kind of weird that she feels the need to go along with it. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one. Doesn't just say how do I write this? Doesn't just say no to Heathcliff. About I need to check that again. What was like the dialogue? Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to remember like what was like the deal, just saying like she can like leave. But sorry, I'm just looking through the episode. Me. Okay, yeah, it says you're not allowed to leave. Of not allowing her to leave. Yeah, like she's like pretty, like it says, like one of the more powerful players, and like she can still participate in like the effort. So like yeah, she doesn't. It's surprising like we don't get any indication of why she would want the job, that why she cares about this role this much, that she doesn't want to. Wait, then again, what was that I want to do? Sorry, I'm just double checking the episode, making sure I'm getting everything right. Okay, no, so she wants to leave, but she also goes along with Heathcliff's like wager. Okay. When she can still participate in the effort on the front lines as a solo player. Instead, she goes along Heathcliff's wager.
this is how Reiki Kawahara chooses to portray women in this series. Not as characters, or as people who can think, but as objects to be won. That's why all the women have been swooning for Kirito. What's the point in a woman in the story if they aren't there to fall in love with the main character? Asuna doesn't even have a unique perspective on the situation. She just doesn't want Kirito to fight because he might lose. They fight and it's animated well, but I don't care. And I hate saying that. I feel like it's such a weak criticism. I feel like I'm disengaging with the work itself. But I can't bring myself to be interested about this. I'm already having to fight the show just to make sure shit makes sense. I can't also fight the show to make sure I'm interested. Now that I'm thinking about it, this
I mean, that's fair. But I mean, if your only real criticism is I don't care, then I guess this part you actually are like making like points about why this is an issue. So I'd say it's doing better than some of like a couple of the other points we went through.
This is even dumber than I thought. The next episode starts with them asking to go on vacation, and then Heathcliff says, yeah, go for it. So clearly you didn't give a shit, you just did this. You could have just asked him to duel you privately. Him tricking Kirito into joining the guild is stupid too. He's actively helping.
Wait, what? Feels like it's going too fast. What point is he making? Oh wait, might have gone too far.
Don't in the story if they aren't there to fall in love with the main character. Asuna doesn't even have a unique perspective on the situation. She just doesn't want Kirito to fight because he might lose. They fight and it's animated well, but I don't care. And I hate saying that. I feel like it's such a weak criticism. I feel like I'm disengaging with the work itself, but I can't bring myself to be interested about this. I'm already having to fight the show just to make sure shit makes sense. I can't also fight the show to make sure I'm interested. Now that I'm thinking about it, this is even dumber than I thought. The next episode starts with them asking to go on vacation, and then Heathcliff says, yeah, go for it. So clearly you didn't give a shit, you just...
I mean... Wasn't the issue that, like, I want, like, Asuna to leave, but this time they're just asking to go on, like, a break, like, brief vacation? I thought that was what they were doing. Let's see. Wait, I think there's a line Asuna says about could take a leave of absence. Okay, leave of absence. Wait, does that imply she'll be coming back? That's weird. Wait, okay, wait, actually it might be different than I thought. If the issue is just like not letting her like go on break, but then they let her do that once Kirito joins up, then yeah, that's yeah, that doesn't make much sense. Her to go on leave. How do I write this? Leave. Even though he lets her go on vacation after Kirito joins the guild. What else? Sorry, my brain's a bit slow. Maybe just because I've been talking for so long. Okay. She no left week on vacation after Karen joins the guild. So I look at the scene again. Well, I guess she does say like she wants to join Kirito's party, and Kaiba says Kirito's poaching one of their players, so I guess it would. Yeah, maybe I should just add that. Despite Vacation Kirito. Based on... Yeah, I guess it would make sense if, like, Heathcliff accused them of, poaching their player if he just wanted to go on leave. Yeah, this is kind of confusing. Yeah, maybe I'll just do like a question mark on my. I'll just look into that later. This is taking too long. I'll just move on. Sorry, just adjusting OBS. There we go.
Did this? You could have just asked him to duel you privately. Him tricking Kirito into joining the guild is stupid too. He's actively
Could have asked her to duel privately. Why does it matter they do it privately? I don't know. Dueled privately and Kirito. Could just do it privately, but doesn't explain why.
helping them and has been since the beginning of the game. Before we tiptoe towards the finale, I'll cover like a stupid little mini arc because I think it's silly. Before Kirito joined the guild, Asuna had the most obviously evil and creepy bodyguard you can imagine, and Kirito beats him up and makes him leave. Once he joins the guild, he has to go on a team bonding trip with him and another dude, and the evil guy ends up being evil. He stabs Kirito really slowly, and this nearly kills him. Remember literally any time Kirito's been in a fight and taken worse damage than this? Like basically any fight we see him in? What is happening?
I don't know about this one. I guess it's kind of weird since we take a lot of damage at times, but I guess the only thing is I like impales him while I stand lying down, so maybe it's more yeah, I'm not too sure about this one. Let's see. Text edit. Let me play that one more time.
Been since the beginning of the game. Before we tiptoe towards the finale, I'll cover like a stupid little mini arc because I think it's silly. Before Kirito joined the guild, Asuna had the most obviously evil and creepy bodyguard you can imagine, and Kirito beats him up and makes him leave. Once he joins the guild, he has to go on a team bonding trip with him and another dude, and the evil guy ends up being evil. He stabs Kirito really slowly, and this nearly kills him. Remember literally any time Kirito
Yeah, I don't know. Let me check the scene myself. Okay. Oh, yeah, and this kind of just like his arm or no, then he stabs his leg. Yeah. I don't know about this one. I guess like, yeah, I could just see how it's kind of unclear, like exactly how much damage there is, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're given enough for me to say this is like a contradiction. It is weird though.
has been in a fight and taken worse damage than this. Like basically any fight we see him in. What is happening? The damage in this game is really inconsistent, and that's because the story's written like something you'd find on Wattpad. It'll focus on the story being progressed so it can fit in these big moments at the cost of every scene before and after it. It only needs to make sense right now. Practically every moment in the season can be explained like this, except for Dialbell dying. That shit still doesn't make any sense! Oh my goodness. Do you want to watch two cardboard cutouts raise a stock cute child? I have fantastic news for you. Kirito and Asuna get married off screen. At some point they affirm their feelings for each other are real. I can't tell you what those feelings are, but sure. Kirito and Asuna aren't written like two teenagers fighting for their life. They're written like blank character sheets, and that always stayed the most practical thing in every situation. I feel like I haven't even been skipping too much in my coverage here. Asuna saved his life during the field trip incident, and other than that, she assumed he wanted to have sex with her one time. Their relationship is seriously underdeveloped. I mean, they get married off screen. Are you serious? I guess I can't say they might not be at this point in their relationship, but I haven't witnessed anything.
Yeah, it's really underbaked romance, especially like the main issue I point to is like their disagreements in episode 5, like the arguments about killing NPCs and how seriously they should take the game. It seems like they're at odds, but then they don't really get over that, and they're a completely happy couple. So yeah, really underbaked relationship.
Doesn't even seem like Kirito enjoys hanging out with her. While they're on a date, Kirito seems to be legitimately annoyed at her trying to engage in conversation with him. It gets to the point that Kirito brings her to an area on the map that's rumored to be—
I don't know if I'd go that far. This may like say like a bit annoyed, but maybe not that he doesn't want to spend time with her. Just finds the situation annoying. Yeah, I don't know about that one. It's more just like an awkward situation rather than him not wanting to hang out with Asuna. Let me hear that again.
but I haven't witnessed anything. It doesn't even
It was that. Audio's weird.
seem like Kirito enjoys hanging out with her. While they're on a date,
Okay, now
Kirito
it's
seems to be
working.
legitimately annoyed at her trying to—
Yeah, I don't agree. Like Kirito doesn't want to hang out with her. Kirito doesn't want to hang out with Asuna when it just seems like he finds the situation awkward.
engage in conversation with them. It gets to the point that Kirito brings her to an area on the map that's rumored to be haunted for seemingly no reason other than to scare her. I literally don't understand why he did this other than to advance the plot.
I mean, you just say he did to like scare her, but conveniently it allows them to find Yui, I guess.
What in-character reason does Kirito have for scaring the shit out of his wife? I also don't even understand
To mess with her? I don't know. I guess like he isn't like a super prominent part of his character, but no, it's just a weird thing to focus on, I guess. I don't really. Maybe if you went to more detail, it makes sense, but I'm not really getting it.
why she's scared. She's one of the most powerful people in the game, and it's not even her first time seeing a ghost in-game somewhere. The ghost turns out to be a little girl who's got amnesia, so they take her in for a couple of days.
I guess that is true. Yeah. Bit weird. Is afraid of ghosts when they saw. I don't know, what was the dead woman's name in the murder mystery arc? Let me check. Is it Griselda? Yeah, Griselda. They saw Griselda's ghost in episode 6 and were barely fazed by it.
Days. Her name is Yui, and unfortunately, her episodes have a whole lot of stupid in them. It really is a shame. They basically just have a kid now, and Yui's probably the character I'm the most neutral on. She's okay, and if you think she's cute, that's fine, but otherwise there just isn't much to latch on to. Kirito and Asuna take Yui back to the starting town to see if anyone knows who this kid is. While they're
I guess he is just like a kid, but yeah, there's not much to really say about her, so.
there, they hear a couple of kids getting hustled by the Red Shirt Guild from earlier. Asuna and Kirito leap over them to protect the kids, and Asuna takes charge of the situation. Single-handedly, she scares off the military men by beating down on the biggest, baddest one of them all. And then, once they turned tail and started crying for their mommy, she said, "If I ever see your ugly mug again, you'll regret it." And then, everyone clapped. While they're looking for Yu's family, they get dragged into going on a sort of side quest. This girl named Yulier has been looking for Kirito and Asuna because her boyfriend Thinker got lured into a trap. They're the only people strong enough to save him, basically. And after some convincing, they decide to help her out. And I want you to remember, Yui is a child with no memories, no equipment, and no combat experience. Kirito's greatest trauma in this show, something that they've referenced in basically every big moment since, is that he was with someone who was underleveled and couldn't stop them from dying.
Hey, this is serious. It's too dangerous for you to come along with us this time. I'm going too!
You're telling me with a
Yeah, it's so dumb that. Okay, it doesn't matter how much she like complains that there's no good reason to let her go along into a dungeon. And taking into account Kirito's trauma, it's especially out of place. Yeah, I might write that down. I don't know if I put that in my script. It doesn't make sense that Kirito and Asuna would just let Yui go with them into a dangerous dungeon. It's especially bizarre when considering Kirito's trauma with the moonlit black cats.
straight face that Kirito would be cool with this? Are you fucking serious? Clearly you didn't give a shit about writing the character. How did this become genre defining? I don't understand it anymore. Oh no, a monster much stronger than expected.
Guess 'cause it was popular. I don't know why. And yeah, I guess like Rangi pointed out in the chat, it's probably just well like superficial stuff that made it popular. Yeah, entirely presentation, music, and animation, pretty much,
shows up. I wonder if anyone could have predicted this. So Yui jumps in to fight the boss, and when it attacks her, a prompt appears calling her an immortal object, which means that Yui is a part of the game itself, so she can't take damage, like the floors and the walls. Yui spawns in a sword and one-taps the boss. You know how easy it is to make a little kid with a big weapon awesome? I think as long as you don't write Yui, you'll be fine. So what is Yui for real? SAO has 2 AI built into it. The Cardinal system is responsible for maintaining game balance, so you can probably just throw that shit away. Yui is responsible for monitoring the mental health of the players and helping them where she can. For some reason, once Sword Art went online, it sealed Yui away so she couldn't do anything but watch the events of the game. But I don't understand. What's the point of Kaiba even developing an AI this powerful if the Cardinal system can just seal it away? Is it because the author thought of an AI girl and didn't want
yeah, wait, let me hear that again. Just,
it is to make a little kid with a big weapon awesome? I think as long as you don't write Yui, you'll be fine. So what is Yui for real? SAO has 2 AI built into it. The Cardinal system is responsible for maintaining game balance, so you can probably just throw that shit away. Yui is responsible for monitoring the mental health of the players and helping them where she can. For some reason, once Sword Art went online, it sealed Yui away so she couldn't do anything but watch the events of the game. But I don't understand. What's the point of Kaiba even developing an AI this powerful if the Cardinal system can just seal it away? Is it
Well, I don't know if the argument I made is like the system can seal it away. It's that you'd make this powerful AI and just seal them away. Like I don't. How do I say it? It's making it sound like it's sort of like a flaw in the system, when I just don't know, like, why would you make this like complicate AI if you're just gonna lock it away and not do anything with it? So yeah, it's this weird. How Kaiba created this complicated AI just to seal it away, but frames it as an issue with yeah, I guess like a flaw in the system. Then questioning why Kaiba would go through the effort also doesn't question why or why he didn't just delete it immediately. I actually did point out like something that like an issue I didn't think about, but I don't think it was like fully intentional. Because yeah, I don't agree with some of his reasoning.
because the author thought of an AI girl and didn't want to let the idea go? I think it might be because the author thought of an AI girl and didn't want to let the idea go. Also, isn't it crazy that the author wanted to make a traumatized little girl for the audience to latch onto? And he couldn't even make that interesting? Kirito and Asuna were apparently the only 2 people in Sword Art Online who have been happy or fallen in love with one another in the 2 years they've been here.
I saw 2 players. Their mental parameters were vastly different from anything I'd seen among the others. There was joy and peace, and there was something more.
This is a whole lot to put on Asuna and Kirito's relationship. They are not interesting or dynamic enough to be the only people in SAO who are in love. Yui wants to stay with them, but because she spawned in the sword, the Cardinal system is going to seal her away again. And very quickly, Kirito uses a master console that they're at, by the way, and downloads.
Yeah, guess I'll take note of that, or how it, sorry, give me a second, looking through my notes. Okay, I guess I kind of mentioned it, like, I doubt that Kirito and Asuna were the first people in the game to not be overcome by depression. So yeah, it's kind of silly, that Yui thinks their relationship is just that so meaningful. Because yes, it's like a really bad episode, arguably the worst of the arc.
They are not interesting or dynamic.
Sorry, it keeps doing that whenever well, I don't know if people are hearing in the stream, but the audio kind of glitches out for a bit whenever I
the
rewind.
only people in SAO who are in love. Yui wants to stay with him, but because she spawned in the sword, the cardinal system is going to seal her away again. And very quickly, Kirito uses a master console that they're at, by the way, and downloads Yui to the local storage of his nerve gear, with the hope of bringing her back someday. By this point, I was genuinely fighting against this show to keep myself interested. It is aggressively boring, and that's unfortunate.
Wow, so you didn't... You mentioned the absurdity of Kirito being able to hack this system and, like, convert Yui into an item within, like, a few seconds. I remember it was like ridiculously short. I mean, yeah, it's fine if you get bored. I just really find you don't mention like the most obvious issue. Like I feel like that one's like so many. Yeah, I just feel like that's kind of an obvious one. Surprised you didn't mention it.
On the bright side, we've only got 2 more episodes to watch before we make it through SAO proper. God help us all.
Oh god, the end of Sword Art Online is so bad.
Ah, fuck. Episode 13 is called The Edge of Hell's Abyss. That sounds about right. We watched Kirito fish for a bit, and I'm bringing this up because once Duke Fishron spawns in, Asuna is the one who kills him. Of course we let her be badass against the fish mini-boss, but watch, as soon as it's gonna matter, she won't be able to do anything. I'm gonna fucking snap. Please, at least half-ass your female characters. I'm getting too hot in this cardigan. I'm gonna go change shirts. Okay. They also take a moment to let Asuna explain her feelings towards Kirito for the audience, since they forgot to write that into the story, but you know, better late than never, I guess. Heathcliff calls him off the bench for the boss.
Wait, did she explain her feel? Well, let me check. And she might have. I think it's just I don't remember if they really go into detail, and yeah, I'd agree. It's like still like too late for that, for it to be like meaningful, at least. Okay, episode 13. Where's the scene? Okay, I mean, I guess this sort of provides an explanation, but kind of, it's another issue to it. Another issue I didn't notice. It kind of validates Kirito's stupidity in that episode, where he just like wanted to take a nap instead of helping players who are in a dungeon. But Asuna kind of just goes along with it. And at first she tells him that he should like stop being lazy, but then she just sleeps with him. Not the poor choice of words. She takes a nap next to him, and yeah. Another thing I didn't think about. Wow. Asuna's speech in episode 13 about why she likes Kirito sort of validates his stupidity in episode 5. Wait, sorry, let me go back. Oh, sorry, I wasn't playing. Yeah, right, sorry, yeah, I'm just checking. Yeah, sort of validates his stupidity in episode 5, where him being lazy and taking a nap instead of helping the players in the dungeon is framed as a good thing. Because, yeah, I do think, like, there could be an argument made about, like, I guess, like, taking time off for yourself and, like, not just fully dedicating yourself to this game and like letting yourself be miserable, there could be something there, but that's not the show we get. We get very little about any of that. Yes, surprised he doesn't mention that. Some reason Knightley doesn't point this out. That's not for some reason. I just missed it. Knightley doesn't point this out. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Okay, sorry, just rearranging things. I'll get back to reacting.
Straight on the 75th floor. But before they go in, Kirito asks Asuna not to participate so she can stay safe.
You know what would happen if you didn't come back? Huh? I'd kill myself. I'd never forgive myself for staying behind, so what would be the point in living?
The Gleam Eyes fight happens on October 18th, and they cleared the game on November 7th of the same year. It's been a couple of weeks at best. Girl, please do better. They go into the boss fight and kill it without anything interesting happening. After they beat it, everyone's complaining about how they still have 25 floors to go before they clear the game. And I mean, yeah, but this fight doesn't take very long. Kirito soloed the 74th, and he's still relative to Asuna and Heathcliff, depending on the scene. I feel like if you guys really made a push for it, you'd probably finish it by February. While everyone is complaining, Kirito notices that Heathcliff is minding his own business, and proceeds to try to stab him in front of several eyewitnesses. Before he has time to react, an immortal object pop-up blocks the attack. Kirito then outs Heathcliff to everyone as Akihiko Kaiba. You see, since day one, something has been bugging him. How would Kaiba know what's going on in the game? He could be watching the entire thing, but that would be too boring. And I don't mean like, that'd be a boring answer for the story. I mean, Kirito says that would be too boring.
It's basic psychology. In fact, it's so simple every kid knows it. There's nothing more boring than watching someone else play an RPG.
God.
Is there, Akihiko Kaiba?
And then he just fesses up to it. You're telling me the only reason they catch this fucking guy is because Kirito's such a man baby that he can't admit he maybe lost a fight? Imagine working.
Yeah, it does make him look really petty. But I think like the main issue is that I guess that sort of connects, but that he like is potentially killing this person without nearly enough information to say for sure that he's like Kaiba, so.
Your way to this conclusion from Kirito's perspective. See, I'm simply the best player in the game, so if he can beat me, he must be cheating, therefore he's a cheater, therefore he's Akihiko Kaiba in disguise. Sword Art Online is a game with.
I mean, I don't think that's like the only reasoning. I'll check my notes again. He also, it's not like the only thing. He's also point out like his like lack of exhaustion and like after the fight, and his like suspicious amount of like speed, I guess, which allowed him to beat him in the duel from a couple episodes ago. So I'd say there's a bit more, but that's still stupid and makes Kirito look mega petty. Oh, sorry. I have to quickly go do something. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I might have to like cut this down when I make the VODs, just because there's like a lot of empty space. But well, let's keep playing.
Infinite skills, and he's the strongest player in the best guild. Even if he isn't Akihiko Kaiba, you have no idea what he's capable of. Kirito gets into the Colosseum fight because he was hiding an overpowered skill that no one had ever seen before. A skill he was hiding.
Wait, sorry, am I missing? What did he say?
He can beat me, he must be cheating, therefore he's a cheater, therefore he's Akihiko Kaiba in disguise. Sword Art Online is a game with infinite skills, and he's the strongest player in the best guild. Even if he isn't Akihiko Kaiba, you have no idea what he's capable of. Kirito gets into the Colosseum fight because he was hiding an overpowered skill that no one had ever seen before. A skill he was hiding for 6 months. Surely in a game with infinite skills, one of them would help you block an attack you wouldn't normally be able to. It also doesn't help that they're only in the situation because Kaiba.
I mean, maybe, but I think like, I guess I could agree. Like, it's like games shows very unspecific about a lot of this, but I thought like the point was that just that Kaiba cheated, so there isn't really much Kirito can do. Like, this wasn't like a feature within the game, so, you know, I don't know about that. Suggests the idea of Kirito avoiding Kaiba's attack in the duel from episode 10, even though the point is that Kaiba is hacking the game.
Forces Kirito to fight for Asuna's right to a vacation. A fight that was ultimately pointless if you're gonna let them go on vacation in the next episode anyway! Because he can't accept the fact that maybe.
Well, I guess it's kind of hard to say, like, it's just weird dialogue, like, it almost implies that, like, she's planning on leaving just in general, but, yeah, that's, like, a weird thing. I have to look into that once after this reaction.
He lost to one of the best players in the game, he genuinely attempts to kill him in front of several people. With how inconsistent Sword Art Online's damage is, Kirito very well could have killed him. If he did, he would have destroyed their chances of getting out of Sword Art Online. But for some reason, the series rewards this train of thought. Kirito.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I'd go with that as much as that like is potentially killing an innocent person, like but yeah, I guess it would be kind of weird if you kind of just like killed him before to like reveal anything, I guess. And yeah, he would be a valuable ally, but I think more of the issue is just him potentially killing an innocent person, really.
Is the best player, so Heathcliff must have cheated, therefore he must be Akihiko Kaiba. I understand it isn't implausible that Kirito figures it out this way, but you must see how it's a little frustrating to watch. I guess I'm glad it worked out in Kirito's.
Yeah, it does make him look pretty petty. There's other issues with it.
His favor if it'll spare us from watching another 25 floors of this. But you know what you could do? Maybe skip them and put this incident on floor 99. You already skipped numbers 2 through 73! This episode is literally only going to get worse from here. Kaiba and Kirito are gonna fight again, but without Kaiba cheating. And to make sure there aren't any interruptions, Kaiba paralyzes everyone. Like console command paralyzes everyone. If Kirito wins, he'll let everyone out of the game right now. But of course, if he loses, everyone else has to keep going. And you know, Kirito dies. I don't even understand why he's offering this. You wanted them to play your game so bad, you held them hostage. Before they start, Kirito asks,
well, I guess he's just so confident they'll win. I don't. Yeah, yeah, it doesn't really make sense he'd give them this way out when he just wants. He wants them to like beat the game. Yeah, so that Kayaba gives Kirito and the player base a way to beat the game early, despite him, like, yeah, like with how he's been doing this, like, is like God complex. You think you want to do this for as long as possible. Well, I guess there's still like the limit of like 100 floors, but I don't see why I wouldn't want to like prolong it at least.
Kaiba to fix it so that Asuna can't off herself if he loses. And they say chivalry is dead. I mean, at this point, why not just brainwash Asuna? She doesn't get to make any decisions anyway. Surely it can't get any worse than this.
No, this is funny pause, but there's a lot he didn't mention about the last episode. That's interesting. Let's see. Yeah, oh, yeah, I guess this is a relate, but like one issue did mention is like, why does Kayaba need a terminal in the game when he can just manipulate it from his own menu? I guess that's already a stupid thing in general, but just doesn't make sense why he needs that when he can seemingly do it whenever he wants. That's weird. I also like Kirito being furious as like lack of an answer, despite like one of Sachi's wishes before she dies being to like find out the truth about what happened. So kind of awkward that he doesn't really care, but yeah, just a lot of things. Surprised Knightley doesn't mention them, but
They start the fight. Kirito's gonna try to beat him without using any sword skills since Kaiba programmed all infinity of them. While they're fighting, Liz's sword breaks, and I really think it should have been the other one. I know it's like a monster drop, so it's probably stronger, but wouldn't it be so much more meaningful if the sword she'd put all that poorly written emotion into didn't break? Like, come on, we don't even get to see where he got that weapon. This feels like it would very clearly be the better option to break. Kirito
maybe I don't know about that. If that if that it's just kind of like a small thing. I don't. I guess maybe I would have been a bit more. Yeah, I don't really know about that one.
is about to get nailed when Asuna somehow fights through her paralyzed condition and blocks the shot. And this one attack kills her.
I want your word.
Okay, so yeah, I guess he's talking a bit more about the last episode. I thought I'd stop. Yeah, guess it's misunderstood.
That you'll fix it so Asuna doesn't kill herself.
Unless it's to save me. She seriously, for real, dies right here. So she's dead, right? Because in Sword Art Online, when you die, you die? Like, that's the whole point? Wait, shit, maybe, hang on, let me see if Klein can get to her with the item in 10 seconds, she'll live. So hang on, let's count it out. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, like, how she, like, broke out the paralysis. How us, yeah. Well, I'll take note of that. Doesn't make sense how she broke out paralysis or why she was alive for long enough. I guess for why Kayaba left her alive for long enough to Kaiba prevented her from dying in real life after killing her in the game. See, it doesn't really talk about Kayaba's Well, it doesn't make sense why Kayaba would do that. So
9.5, 10. Okay, yeah, she's totally dead. Gotcha. Just want to make sure. Kirito gives up basically and ends up getting stabbed in the chest, and this one attack kills him. Somehow, though, he reverse rage quits, picks up the sword, and stabs Kayaba, winning the fight. What the fuck are you talking about? If you die, you die. That is the whole idea of the show.
okay, yeah, it's just that part's it's just stupid. It's supposed to be like power of will or something. Like they mentioned that like with Kaiba's ghost, how his power of will beat the system. But yeah, it's really stupid. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Oh look, Kirito's alive. Oh, and Asuna too. Literally how? I don't know, Kaiba's here for some reason. 6,147 players have survived the Sword Art Online incident and are currently being logged out of the game. You know how I know this show is trying to piss me off? Listen to this quote from Kaiba.
In any world, real or virtual, once you're dead, you're gone.
All three of you died. They don't address this. And I bet you're wondering, why?
I mean, it's the thing from us with Asuna. Kaiba just kept her alive, but that only really makes sense if he's planning for Kirito to win. I guess most charitably you could say just in case, but still like not explained. So I guess like even then there's no yeah, it's weird. I don't know. With Kirito, yeah, it's just not explained. So oh, wait, did they say something with Kayaba didn't die? They say that?
That is the whole
Sorry, audio.
idea of the show. What are you talking about? Oh look, Kirito's alive. Oh, and Asuna too. Literally how? I don't know, Kaiba's here for some reason. 6,147 players have survived the Sword Art Online incident and are currently being logged out of the game. You know how I know this show is trying to piss me off? Listen to this quote from Kaiba.
In any world, real or virtual, once you're dead, you're gone.
All three of you died. They don't address this.
I guess with like grouping Kayaba, I mean, this is a reasonable thing that he'd give himself like an easy way out, not kill himself, or well, not necessarily, just long enough to have a chat, but then he dies. But yeah, it's kind of funny. He says like, you if you die, you're gone, but then they don't go. So.
And I bet you're wondering, why? Why did Kaiba do this? What could have possibly possessed him to trap 10,000 victims in Sword Art Online? What drove him to kill 3,853 innocent people?
That's a good question. It's been so long, I've forgotten the reason.
What do you mean you forgot? You killed nearly 4,000 people, you dunce! Breaking news. Solo developer and actual genius Akihiko Kaiba kills nearly 4,000 because he felt like it, I guess. I hate it here. Anywho, Kirito wakes up in the hospital.
I mean, we do kind of get a reason in episode 1. He says he just wants to play God of this world. Oh yeah, he still doesn't like elaborate on it, and it's just weird. Like I guess the point is he got so into the game he didn't really think about it. But yeah, once again, these all things the show doesn't really bother exploring or acknowledging. It's really surface level in that way. But yeah, it's weird because like then they give a reason, but then they almost imply that there's more. But they says he has no reason, and Kirito doesn't care or doesn't mind it that much. Yeah, it's really poorly handled. But yeah, not the way I would criticize it personally.
The first chapter of Sword Art Online has officially come to a close. You know, it takes a lot for something to really get on my nerves like this. Generally, Both. Genuinely, I like to think of myself as someone who tries to give things the benefit of the doubt. I like to try to be someone who can see the good in a project, even if it's buried under mounds and mounds of shit. I'm not sure there's much good buried under Aincrad. I don't think there's a single character that I genuinely like, or can really even appreciate. Klein and Aegil, I think that's my first time mentioning him, that's how little he matters. Klein and Aegil are the closest things to a bright spot I can imagine in the series, but they certainly aren't good. They're passable. They are just hardly passable. Kirito isn't a character. SAO is the first modern isekai, and unfortunately, he's since become the mold for every black-haired loser that's followed. It seems like Reki Kawahara is trying as hard as possible to avoid writing him with character. Nothing we've seen him go through informs his actions. Like, Sachi, they try to milk the Sachi death for all it's worth in a scene where death is like a possibility. But you know where they don't use it? When he brings a small child into a dangerous area where there may be high-level monsters. I can only assume that Kawahara is writing him to be bland intentionally, which would make this an active choice that makes this incredibly weak series even weaker. The alternative is that he's just a big idiot and forgot to give his main character any actual character. He forgot to write him. Which would you prefer? The female characters are written with even less effort somehow. Early Asuna is just a girl.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. Like I said earlier, like it's not like the like final conclusions that I usually disagree with. It's more sometimes just some of the arguments he uses to reach those conclusions. And there's even then there's only like a few of them I find like I've mostly agreed with this video. There's just a few problems I have with it.
In a video game. That's all she has to her character. That's why she's wearing a cloak. It's to hide that she's a girl for a second. Sachi does nothing but rely on Kirito and ends up dead. Silica develops feelings for him, calls him her big brother, and then isn't seen again until they've escaped. Liz goes on a quest with him, falls in love immediately, and then isn't seen again until they've escaped. Late Asuna starts to fall for him, is routinely stripped of her agency at every opportunity, declares her life forfeit if he isn't in it, and then dies to save this idiot. Until she comes back from the dead somehow. That is every important woman in the show. None of them are real people so much as objects for Kirito to interact with for an episode while they awkwardly try to flirt with him. Fuck me, man.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Like, even if this isn't technically a harem show, is very much like elements to it. Like all the female characters are treated very poorly.
Only halfway through season 1! There really isn't a reason the show should have become the cultural cornerstone it is. There isn't an engaging plot, episode, character, setting, or scene. The concept is its only strength, and it's so apparent that that's the case because it falls apart under any scrutiny. I'm sorry. There is one good thing in the show. The intro absolutely bangs. Crossing Field has been on my playlist since I first heard it, and I suspect it will be there until I'm dust in the wind.
Yeah, it's a really good song. There's a lot of good music in SAO. Like especially I quite like the main soundtrack. Or the official soundtrack also.
Do you, yes, you, think the only issue with Sword Art Online is that we skipped 72 bosses and also like all the stuff that had to do with the actual game?
Okay, yeah, this is a section that's going to go into progressive, but I don't want to like, I feel like I should probably skip over just because I don't know it well enough, and yeah, I just wouldn't be able to add much. So next is, that leaves us with Alfheim. I think I'll just go through some of it, see how long it takes, because the main thing this is about is Aincrad, but maybe I'll just, yeah, I'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll get through it. Okay, skip ahead. A bit before.
Actively trying to be
Oh wait, no, this isn't the weird audio thing.
anything more boring than watching someone else play an RPG. Did you think you were done with Sword Art Online once they made it out of Sword Art Online? Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Unfortunately, Reki Kawahara is a sick fuck. You are halfway through season 1 of 4! I couldn't remember much of Alfheim when I started this video, and that was a scary thing. I had such an immense disdain for Sword Art Online. But when it came to Alfheim, the only thing I was feeling was an immense dread. Even as I go through this with you now, I just feel this like pit in my stomach because I have to talk about this now. I will also say basically all of those content warnings I gave at the start of this video are for this arc. Again, I'll try to cover this topic in the most sensitive way I can, but if discussion of these things will put you at risk, I cannot recommend you continue watching this video or Sword Art Online. Don't worry, you really aren't missing out as much. If you made it this far, I'm sure you understand that now. We start by seeing what Kirito's up to out in the real world. He spent some time hanging out with his weird sister cousin, I should probably explain that. Suguha Kirigaya is Kirito's cousin, but because Kirito's parents died when he was young, he was adopted by his aunt, so they were raised as siblings. They used to hang out all the time, but when Kirito found out he was adopted, he grew a little distant. I don't know what possessed Reki Kawahara to do this, but Suguha's arc in this show is her rambling about her feelings for her brother, getting over it, and then proceeding to fall in love with him a second time. It is entirely possible that someone could write a good story with this plot in there somewhere, but I think it's just a symptom of making literally every female character fall in love with Kirito. First Sachi, then Silica, Liz, Asuna, and Suguha. He just can't help himself. If they aren't in love with Kirito, they—
Yeah, I guess, yeah, like, there's that thing with her being in love with him, but, does she still feel that way after her? Well, I hate to call it an arc, but I thought she got over that, at least, or that's what we're supposed to think.
They aren't worth keeping in the story. It's been 2 months since Sword Art Online was cleared, and about 300 players, including Asuna, are still asleep. Kirito has been routinely visiting her in the hospital, but someone else is there this time. This is Nobuyuki Sugo, and he's co-workers, kind of, with Asuna's dad. They're with the company that took over the SEO servers after the incident began. And he, apparently, has his heart set on marrying Asuna, and he's the most cartoonishly evil creep ever. He's like sniffing her hair and licking his lips and shit. Just really despicable behavior. He's not even trying to be slick about it. He's gonna marry Asuna in a week, despite the fact that she's in a coma, and her dad has literally zero reason to marry her off. Sugo, like—
Yeah, I agree. He's like really bad villain. I'm trying to remember. Is there like a reason for why he was like marrying, or dad's marrying her off before she even gets out of this game, or before she even wakes up from the coma thing? Yeah, I'm gonna check again, just make sure. Okay. Um. Hmm. Yeah, they don't really go too much detail about that. Yeah, it's really, Sark's really bad. I don't remember it as well as Aincrad, so it's possible there might be some issues I'm not remembering that makes it worse, but
claims that he has the right to Asuna's life because he's the one keeping her alive, and then he tells Kirito to beat it. Kirito's pretty bummed about this, of course, and Suga tries to comfort him. In this scene, she isn't written like a sister-cousin thing. She's written like a subservient partner, and I guess that's the goal? I just don't even know anymore. She started like thinking about how she felt about him not being her brother and instead being her cousin, and somehow wound up falling in love with him.
You really love someone that much? Even when things look hopeless, you can't give up.
Yeah, I need to check, like, what is he talking about her acting like a subservient partner? Let me see. I don't. Yeah, I don't know about that one. What she mean, acting like a subservient partner. Especially in this scene, she just seems to be like reassuring him. Like, I can't believe I'm defending this arc, but yeah, I don't know if that's something I'd criticize. It says that Sugaha is acting like a subservient partner, while the scene of her simply it's like reassuring Kirito. So is in the background. Yeah, I don't really get that one. Oh, just play the video.
I know I can't. And I won't lie to myself anymore.
I cannot believe the show is this bad. I knew there was an incest plot, but the only thing I remembered about it is that Sword Art Online Abridged fixed it. No wonder he felt like Silica reminded him of Sugaha. They front-load her obsession with Kirito before they get into the game, and then they stop addressing it for a while. Kirito gets an email from Agil with a photo of someone that looks like Asuna. Apparently, this was taken in a new MMO called Alfheim Online. It's like Sword Art, except you can fly and use magic. The end goal of the game is to make it to the top of the world tree, and whoever makes it up to the top unlocks limitless flight for everyone who chose the same race as they did. Yeah, Alfheim kind of has a race war thing going on. When you create your character, you can choose from a bunch of different elf races, and at best, these act kind of like classes. Like the dark elves, the Spriggans are rogues, and the green ones are normal elves. And at worst, these function like guilds. But you know what they don't function like? Fucking races! But yeah, if you make it up to the top...
I mean... I don't see that the problem inherently. I mean, even if it isn't like a typical game design choice, it's necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. Like, there could be something about like doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't really see the criticism, I guess.
The world tree, you unlock flight for whoever chose the same race as you. A couple players made an attempt for the top.
I guess I'll take note of that. Sizes. Alfheim. Not Alzheimer's, no. For having a class system a race system that acts more like a class system. Yeah, a bit of a weird one, but...
And one of them snapped a photo of a giant birdcage in the tree, and once they zoomed in, they saw Asuna. She's alive! I don't know how, but she is! It turns out that Tsugo is with the company that published Alfheim, so Kirito decides to head into the game to investigate. It'll probably be better if I just explain Asuna's side of the plot now, instead of like bouncing back and forth. Tsugo is holding Asuna hostage in the world tree. He says that he could take advantage of her body in the real world before going, no, I'm kidding, I would never do that. He will go on to threaten to do this multiple times. I don't even understand why he's trying to act like he wouldn't. He's the one holding the surviving SAO players hostage, and he's using them
Does he do that? He says, like, I would never do that, only to do that. Maybe. Let me check. This bro is finding which episode he says this in. Because if that's the case, I agree. That's weird. But I don't want to make sure it's correct. As he said, does say that I would force myself on you, and yeah, I guess I would question like what's the point of him pretending that, and not him like dropping like that act completely in the last 2 episodes, but well, I guess because the plan is to brainwash her with the thing he's like experimenting with how to like alter human brains, sort of. So this could be related to that. Yeah, I would say it's like a weird thing to say when knowing where where the arc goes. Suga is he would never force himself on Asuna when he does that exact thing later. In episodes, I think it was 24. Let me double check. Episode 24. Yeah, that I think that's the one. Yeah. The 5249.
Research brainwashing technology through the nerve gear. So clearly you're going to try to take advantage of this poor girl. He's also said multiple times he doesn't even like Asuna. So why do this? You're already a well-established and respected employee in your company. You have a 401k, fuckhead! Also, isn't it crazy that the final boss of the season is just...
Does he say he doesn't even like Asuna? If so, that makes it even worse. I'll check that also. Does he? I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure when he says he doesn't even like Asuna.
Holding Asuna hostage in the World Tree.
His actions make
He
him a
says
lot
that
less
he can
sense,
take
but
advantage
I'm just not sure if he says it.
of her body in the real world before going, no, I'm kidding, I would never do that. He will go on to threaten to do this multiple times. I don't even understand why he's trying to act like he wouldn't. He's the one holding the surviving SAO players hostage, and he's using them to research brainwashing technology through the nerve gear.
Okay, so just take one note thing. This is the same from the video. I just picked it up from reviewing the footage. For some reason, Suga only simply blurs his hand when, make it so Asuna can't see the code to leave the cage, but it doesn't make sense. But she can still make out his general hand movements. And it doesn't make sense why he would use a keypad she could potentially use instead of a form of security instead of a form of security that she can't possibly tamper with. See, not like a thing with the video. I just now I notice I can't get over it. Maybe I'll do a video on Alfheim in the future. I don't know. I just thought it'd be worth taking note of these things.
So clearly you're going to try to take advantage of this poor girl. He's also said multiple times he doesn't even like Asuna. So why do this?
Okay. I guess that's something I have to look up, because I do not remember him saying that he doesn't like Asuna. Is that Sugo said multiple times that he doesn't like Asuna? I don't remember this.
abuse. You're already a well-established and respected employee in your company. You have a 401k, fuckhead! Also, isn't it crazy that the final boss of the season is just removing Asuna's agency again? She hasn't made a single meaningful decision. I don't think I would notice if she was brainwashed. Sugo's introduction marks an insane tonal shift for the show. But Kawahara isn't competent enough to write this. This is the same genius who's writing an unironic, unrequited incest subplot with no apparent goal. You tell me if he can handle writing Asuna's abuse. Asuna tries to escape a couple times, but it's just an excuse to put her in weird fetish bait. She tries to make it into a console before these weird tentacle dudes grab her. They also talk about assaulting her, by the way, but she manages to grab an important keycard before they put her back in the cage. She's seriously 2 millimeters away from logging out, but she hesitates for no reason and is caught. You couldn't decide whether or not to press the button? And that's basically all there is.
Oh man, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't notice that before. Well, it's really stupid. Asuna is right about to press the logout button for Alfheim, but inexplicably hesitates for a moment, which allows the I don't know, just call them tentacle people to grab her and eventually put her back in the cage.
To say about Asuna's stuff for a while. Kirito logs in for the first time, and of course he picks the edgy elf race. He spawns in the middle of nowhere, and apparently he was supposed to spawn in on the other side of the map. But why he's brought here isn't explained as far as I'm aware. Because Alfheim was essentially ripped straight from the Sword Art Online code, Kirito's skills transferred over. So wouldn't Asuna's? How? Dude!
I guess like Sugo would. It makes sense if this was a feature in the game, Sugo wouldn't make sure she had no abilities or anything. But yeah, it still doesn't make sense that Kirito would. I think that's just a separate issue. How do I write that? Scroll down a bit. Says that should also have her SAO stats carried over, like Kirito, but it doesn't make sense that Sugo would allow that. I guess like the most charitable thing I could think is they did expect Kirito to play the game, but still stupid that Kirito can as his abilities carried over. It's just like a separate issue from what Knightley is talking about. Kirito having his SAO abilities carried over is a separate issue.
Yui also made it into Alfheim. Since Kirito saved her to his local hard drive, she was able to make it out of Sword Art, and once Kirito fills her in on what's going on, she's ready to help. A little ways away, a couple of players are getting chased by an enemy guild. These are Leafa and Rekon, and just as Leafa's about to get killed, Kirito shows up. Rekon did not survive long enough, unfortunately. Also, of course, Leafa is Suguha. I'm gonna be flipping between these 3 names, so sorry. Kirito saves her at the last second, but neither of them recognize each other's voices. Also, Kirito's using the same username and no one recognizes this guy. No shot he isn't famous. He's the guy who cleared Sword Art Online and saved 6,000 lives. He's at—
Oh yeah, that is true. Okay, well, wait, what was the first one he said? Kirito and Suguha don't recognize each other's voices, and Kirito isn't recognized by any Alfheim players, despite him despite despite using his SAO username. Actually, I might have to check that one later. Just to double check. I think that's how it works. Honestly, I'm gonna double check a lot of this, but I want to just make sure that I know. Just to like organize it, which things I'm though not as sure about, basically. Okay. Oh, sorry, OBS. I messed up the setup a little bit. There we go.
At least a niche celebrity, but this is the niche he would be the most famous in. Also, Leafa, who's had Kirito back for 2 months, doesn't know the name? How has that not come up in conversation? He and Leafa get a drink, and he tells her that he needs to make an attempt on the world tree as soon as possible. And Leafa says, you know what?
Yeah, it's weird that she wouldn't come up. I don't know. Maybe. I'm trying to think how often that would come. I guess like. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I have to. Weird that Suguha isn't aware Kirito's SAO username. Okay. Gonna quickly grab some water. Give me one moment. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll help. As they make their way to the world tree, they get into a couple of skirmishes, and one of them isn't very interesting, and the other one is kind of cool. While they're underground, Kirito uses some illusion magic.
I mean, I gotta talk about why the second one was cool. I mean, don't remember the fights being very good, so like some elaboration, but well.
To turn into the Gleam Eyes and kills these players. And that's pretty much it. It's not very interesting or hype, but it functions as a scene. And while we're here, this is gonna be a really weird sentence. Why is the incest romance the only romance he's trying to write?
Wait, sorry, I saw someone in the chat. Thoughts on the peak that is Halo 3. Did I? I'm not sure if I played Halo 3. I might have. I played some of the Halo games, but I haven't completed any of the ones I played. Yeah, maybe? I'm actually struggling to remember. I might have played it, but I don't remember. Just asking my thoughts on a lot of things. I played a bit of it, couldn't really get into it. I don't really have like any like criticisms when it comes to like the writing or anything. I think I just wasn't really had trouble getting into it personally. Uh, yeah, it's not my thing, I guess.
Let's ignore the elephant in the room real quick. This is the only romantic dynamic in the show. Full stop, kind of. Asuna and Kirito aren't a real couple. She's the leading female character and he's the protagonist. They're together because that's how damsel in distress stories work. They practically have no chemistry together. Watching Leafa fall for Kirito isn't winning any awards or anything, but I can at least see what they're going for. So why did he try to write the romance with his sister instead of writing the romance with his wife?
I don't even know if it's that much more. I guess to developers' feelings, but I don't know if I'd agree that there's like more of a dynamic with their quote unquote romance than with Asuna. I don't know. Maybe if you explained a bit more, but I don't remember this. Knightley says Kirito and Sue have a more fleshed out dynamic comes to romance. Kiri and Asuna. But doesn't explain why. I mean, it does say that like it's weird, but it doesn't. For some reason, it thinks that's more fleshed out when I really struggle to think of many examples for this.
Clearly you understand how to write someone falling for someone else, at least a little, but...
Once again, I just wish you'd go more into this, because I really don't remember, how this is more, like, fleshed out than Kirito and Asuna.
Why now? Why are you trying now? The show makes my blood boil. It's insane too, because while they're in the game, Leafa's the most interesting character that Kirito interacts with. But I don't want to watch them interact with one another because it's a fucking incest plotline. The next conflict...
Make you explain why Tsuguha is more interesting? Yeah, I don't think struggle to think of that like much that's like particularly good about her character. Like, may just get like some examples, explain why like there's more to her. Because yeah, it just doesn't give me much to go on really.
Has the best fight in the show, so I'll give it its well-deserved 1 flower. Before they make it to the World Tree, Kirito...
Wait, he thinks that fight with the red hair guy is the best in the show? I don't know. It was the problem, like, I can't think of any criticisms, but, like, I also don't know why it's, like, what makes it better than the others. There's not much to go on here in terms of his arguments, although, admittedly, I don't remember this arc as well as Aincrad.
Is going to help Leafa stop a conflict between 2 races, kind of before it happens. The leaders of the regular elves and the catgirl elves are meeting, and the salamanders are planning on attacking them during this meeting. I don't know why, but they didn't have this meeting in a safe zone. The guy in charge of the salamanders challenges Kirito to a fight, and of course...
Oh yeah, they don't do in a safe zone, that's true. Where are the elf race? Where are the names of the elf races? I forget. Let's see. Is she Sylph? I don't remember. Okay, her name's Sakuya. Yeah, she's Sylph. Yeah, it doesn't make sense why they wouldn't do meet in a safe zone from what I remember. Doesn't make sense. Why Sakuya makes sense to do a peace meeting with between sylphs and salamanders in a non-safe zone area. 52. Oh, what? Okay, I fixed it.
Kirito wins, but this is easily the best fight in the show. The animation, it's pretty fire. The antagonist is doing his job well, and his gimmick is cool, and that's it. Also, believe it or not,
I guess at least he acknowledged there isn't much to it, but yeah, it still doesn't feel like enough, like... It's just one problem is that, like, I can't think of many... I don't remember it well enough to say, like, what criticisms I have for it, like... I guess, like, logistically or with mechanics, but he just doesn't explain it too much. I don't know. It says things that's like cool. The guy does his job. Yeah, I don't know. Don't have much to go on.
every named female character in the scene starts fighting over Kirito.
Would you guys chill out? For your information, he's my...
Yeah.
Where was this with Asuna? Make Leafa Asuna, make the cat girl Silica, and the other one can be Klein. Fuck it. The leaders of the...
I don't want... God, the romance was already bad and Aincrad. I don't want them, like, also fighting over each other.
He'll thank Kirito for his help, and then offer to help with the World Tree attempt once they get some time to prepare. The first attempt on the World Tree is kind of uneventful, just because Kirito loses, but at some point, Asuna hears Yui and drops down the key card she snagged to Kirito. It's just insane. He almost beats the World Tree on his own. I think if you give him, like, 5 attempts, he can do it. The only downside is that he has to wait 10 whole minutes to respawn. Leafa grabs his reboot card before it despawns, and then Kirito says Asuna's name, and they figure out that they've been siblings this entire time. And they both log out so they can talk about it. Kind of. Guys, as frustrating as it is, this is the most competent scene in this plotline. That's not to say it's good. In fact, I still think it's quite shit. I don't even know how to unpack this. Kirito doesn't emote much, but that isn't news to anyone. And at some point he apologizes, but I honestly don't think he needs to. Suguha outright confesses to him, which is better than her trying to deny it, I guess. But the rant she goes on is written like she's just missing an estranged sibling. If you scrape away the weird romance stuff, this scene genuinely functions just as well, if not better. You can just make the arc about that. All things considered,
Wait, sorry, I mismade the arc about what? I'll play that again.
And siblings this entire time. And they both log out so they can talk about it. Kind of. Guys, as frustrating as it is, this is the most competent scene in this plotline. That's not to say it's good. In fact, I still think it's quite shit. I don't even know how to unpack this. Kirito doesn't emote much, but that isn't news to anyone. And at some point he apologizes, but I honestly don't think he needs to. Suguha outright confesses to him, which is better than her trying to deny it, I guess. But the rant she goes on is written like she's just missing an estranged sibling. If you scrape away the weird romance stuff, this scene genuinely functions just as well, if not better.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I feel like that on some probably could have been better than just they forcing the incest part. Yeah, I guess he isn't admitting that's good, but that there's more of something there, so yeah, I guess that's fine.
You can just make the arc about that. All things considered, it could have been much worse. It's still not very good, but it could have been much worse. I'd be stupid not to bring up Sword Art Online Abridged in this video at some point. This is that time. Internet darling Sword Art Online Abridged is a series produced by Something Witty Entertainment. Just like DBZ Abridged and Seven Deadly Schmucks, Sword Art Online Abridged is a redubbing of the series. Most of the changes are just to make it funny, but Sword Art Online Abridged takes it a step further, and consistently improves on the framework of the series.
Yeah, it kind of does. Like, despite being more of a joke, like, there's a lot of like jokes. It isn't like super like taken like seriously, I guess. So it's like you are kind of comparing different things, but then there's still more like thought that went to characterization and certain plot points than what they're given in SAO. So yeah, I think it's like better, even if they're like very different tonally and with how they approach storytelling.
Do you wish the female characters were written, like, at all? Go check that shit out. Silica is a real person. Asuna is a real person. Akihiko Kaiba knows why he locked everyone in the game, and it makes a ton of sense, etc, etc, etc. One of the best decisions the series makes is to scrape away all of this shit. Instead, Kirito and Suguha's relationship fractures because Kirito left her behind once his interests changed. He never fought for her, but since they've been looking for Asuna in Alfheim, he hasn't stopped fighting. This culminates into one of the best performed monologues I've seen. It's good.
So how dare you accuse me of hating you when you clearly never gave a shit about me!
I had no idea.
I was actually so caught off guard by that. They do more stuff with the characters. It was like a surprisingly like serious scene. Yeah, it doesn't feel like out of place with like this more comedic series. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Just leave me alone.
And then we didn't get another episode for 9 months! This is just one example, but
yeah, it's just being a Sword Art Online Abridged fan. Yeah. Although actually I do need to see like the newest episode. I haven't, or not like the one like before the newest one. I've been a bit behind, but yeah, there's been a lot of times where just waiting for a new one because it's really good.
Abridged makes improvements like this all over the place. And if you haven't seen it, I really recommend you go check it out. I'm gonna rewatch it after making this video. If I can find enough to talk about it, I might make like a supplementary video for this, but that is a different plate of cookies for a different glass of milk. If you want to watch someone smarter than me talk about it though, you should check out Explanation Point's videos on the topic. I'll link them in the iCard and also in the description below. They have a duel, but they both—
I might have to watch those videos again. I remember liking them, but yeah, I should try to see like what points they make. Although I don't know if I'll do them for a stream, since like I'm more interested in focusing like points about the show itself. And I think Explanation Point did that, but they also talk a lot about the abridged, so it might not be the best for this format.
Both try to throw it and apologize to each other. Kirito explains that he hasn't really come back from Sword Art, and he won't until Asuna makes it back. Leafa says she'll be waiting for him, and until then, she'll help him in here. And they draft Rekon for another attempt on the World Tree. I don't like any characters in this show, aside from Kind of Klein and Aegil, and Rekon is just so unapologetically lame. To all the Zero Rekon fans out there, shut up, you aren't real. The attempt on the World Tree goes about as well as it can with just the 3 of them. And then everyone who said they'd help shows up to help, and they treat this like a surprise? Kirito makes it to the top of the World Tree and realizes that it was never meant to be opened by a player. But Yui accesses the code from the key card that Asuna dropped earlier, and they manage to open up the gate. Are you guys ready for a finale that might be as—
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't mention how like Kirito seems like more angry about he seems like genuinely angry about like the idea that the game was like a sham, like there's no way to actually achieve this objective. But even though like at this point feels like very like his anger is very misplaced when his girlfriend is mentally imprisoned. Is bizarre moment. Surprised he didn't mention that. Actually, I should write that down also. I haven't written too much notes about Alfheim, so this is all coming to mind now. Genuinely. The objective of reaching the world tree being being a lie which feels misplaced when he is rescuing. Well, I guess I guess they call themselves husband and wife in SAO, but I'm not gonna call them that. It's cringe. Is rescuing his girlfriend from mental imprisonment. Okay. What was I thinking of? Well, I guess it's not really timestamp. And I guess I added on, it feels like, yeah, like Sugo can control the game. Why would even make it possible to reach the world tree if it's like insanely difficult? So it doesn't make sense to even have the option. It's the reward for reaching top of the world tree is more accurate. To reach the top. If Sugo doesn't want anyone else up there.
Bad as Aincrad, Kirito and Yui make it over to the birdcage and find Asuna, but just as they're about to make a break for the lab to free her, something logs Yui out. It's Sugo, and he's using gravity magic to stop Kirito and Asuna from moving, and then he just starts explaining his evil plan. He's 80% done with his perfect brain/emotion watching machine thing, and once he's done, he's gonna sell the tech. He pins Kirito with his sword, and he's gonna start cranking down the pain absorbers, and once it goes below 3, his real body will start being affected. That's just not how the fucking nerve gear works, guys. The pain absorbers in Sword Art, and they make a point of this, were set to 0, there's a train. He pins Kirito with a sword and is like, I'm gonna start cranking the pain absorber down, and when it hits 3, your real ass body will start facing like consequences for the pain you're feeling, right? But in Sword Art Online, their pain things were set to 0, right? Because Kirito makes a point out of that later. You could get beat the fuck up in Sword Art Online and you'd be fine. You just had to survive. It doesn't physically damage you. That doesn't make any fucking sense. He says he's going to assault.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, the show's actually like inconsistent about that rule about feeling no pain in the game because well, I guess the most obvious example, Kuradil torturing Kirito. Like, Kirito's reactions don't really make sense if we're supposed to believe that he isn't in pain. And there's some other things where characters look pains while like taking damage. It's not a very like consistent rule. Although I would question why like the what is it called, the Amu spear? Let me check. Yeah, Amu. Probably mispronouncing that, but that's how they spelled. Yeah, I guess I would say that's like Okay, so this would say them. I disagree that that was like a established rule in SAO because it's very inconsistent. Okay. Says that Aincrad established the rule that you can't feel pain in the game, but doesn't mention how the arc isn't consistent with these rules. What I would mention is that it's strange that the Amu Sphere, which is supposedly a safer full dive headset, is capable of doing physical damage to the player's body. A bit of a long one, but yeah, it's weird. Once again, like I agree with him about a lot of this being dumb. I just don't always agree with the points he uses to justify that.
Asuna multiple times in the real world, and then he starts like licking her face and shit while Kirito's being forced to watch. And it does get worse, but I don't care to describe how. Instead, let's talk about a different series, Berserk. In Berserk, despite what the worst part of the fan base will tell you, Casca's assault is heartbreaking and it is treated as such. The Eclipse is the beginning of the apocalypse in universe, and they start by murdering basically every character we give a shit about, but famously it—
Oh, well, it's spoilers for Berserk, I guess. Sorry, I didn't. I guess it is, like, very well known, but I'm surprised he didn't even drop, like, a warning. Not they asked to, I'm just surprised, but, yeah, maybe I'll put, like, a spoiler warning for the VODs. I don't know.
Ends with Casca's assault. It is the worst thing Griffith does, and Miura treats it like it is the worst thing that Griffith does. And afterwards, Casca and Guts' entire dynamic changes as a result. So much of the series is concerned with Casca's trauma, and that matters. I'm willing to bet my left lung there is one or less moment where Asuna reflects on the trauma of this incident. Instead, the scene acts as the—
Yeah, I just thought that played out, because, like, yeah, like, Berserk is really good, and yeah, that aspect of the story is handled a lot better than anything in this show. And yeah, it's like he's right, Asuna doesn't really reflect on the trauma. It doesn't really take a toll on her. Asuna doesn't really get traumatized by Sugo assaulting her.
Perfect example of Kawahara's attitude towards writing women. The point of the scene isn't that Asuna is being literally assaulted. Kawahara's too focused on the fact that Kirito has to watch it happen. This is excruciating. Anyway, the ghost—
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, just one of many issues with its treatment of its female characters and just using them like all just like for like the sake of Kirito, even if he's like upset by this. Yeah, it's just not much care given to anyone other than him, even though he's still like a bad character.
Of Akihiko Kaiba tells Kirito to lock in. Is happening? Oh my god.
Do you remember how you showed me the power of the human will was superior to the system?
Oh, it's just terribly written the whole way through. Kirito locks in and logs in as Akihiko Kaiba somehow, and instead of giving his wife new clothes and letting her out of her chains, he decides to swing his dick around and fight Sugo with the pain absorber set to 0. And of course Kirito wins. He saw a ghost and logged in as the ghost. They will make up anything to give him the win.
Yeah, I agree they'll do anything to make him win. Like, this is like insanely contrived that he could do this, but what'd you say, like, just criticizing Sugo for not like letting Asuna go?
Writing women.
See that again.
The point of the scene isn't that—
Sorry, audio's glitching again. It happens like sometimes when I rewind, but sometimes I don't. I guess it's just OBS.
Asuna's being literally assaulted.
There we go.
Kawahara's too focused on the fact that Kirito has to watch it happen. This is excruciating. Anyway, the ghost of Akihiko Kaiba tells Kirito to lock in. What is happening? happening? Oh my god.
Do you remember how you showed me the power of the human will was super system?
Oh, it's just terribly written the whole way through.
Sorry, I accidentally muted it. My bad. It's like we're playing the same thing, just like say it, I guess.
Kirito locks in and logs in as Akihiko Kaiba somehow, and instead of giving his wife new clothes and letting her out of her chains, he decides to swing his dick around and fight Sugo with the pain absorber set to 0. Then of course Kirito wins. He saw a ghost and logged in as the...
Okay, so Kirito should have like freed Asuna with his like his new admin powers. Yeah, I guess I could see that. Why but then I could also, I guess he doesn't want to like defeat Sugo really badly, and he's mad at him, but yeah, I guess I'd say it's like a bit weird. I don't know if it's like a big issue though that he decides to do one before the other. You know.
Ghost. They will make up anything to give him the win! Kirito's gonna go to the hospital now that Asuna can log out, and finally, she's free from Sword Art Online. Before he logs out to go see Asuna, he gets to talk to Kaiba for just a second. He's an afterimage of Kaiba's mind, an echo that he scanned into the game, resulting in his death. Kaiba gives him a seed for a world like Sword Art Online. Whatever that means, but whatever he does with it is up to him. Then he logs out and runs to the hospital to visit Asuna. Before he makes it inside, Sugo attacks Kirito with a knife, but he realizes he's the main character, so he locks in and wins a knife fight with a grown-ass man immediately. Kirito makes his way into the hospital, but there isn't any staff? Like, there's no one's at the front desk of the hospital? What if something happens?
Oh yeah, this is weird. No one's there. Yeah, for some reason, no one is at the hospital at night. 1:33.
Be unrealistic, but what if, like, I don't know, what if a knife fight starts in the parking lot? Asuna's awake in the hospital. She doesn't look any different than she does in the game, even though that scan of her face was 2.5 years ago or some shit. Remember how malnourished Kirito was when he got out? They introduced themselves to each other.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. It looks totally fine. Asuna looks the exact same as she did in the game in SAO, and presumably before she got trapped in the game, which is especially jarring with how weak and malnourished Kirito was once he woke up, despite also being taken care of at a hospital. 1:49.
They're in person, and then they have their first real kiss. You know, it's not even fun to be angry at the show anymore. I'm just tired of this shit. Kirito took the seed to Aegil, and
yeah, this arc is pretty tiresome. Like, Aincrad, at least, like, I had some enjoyment with it, even though it was really bad, but, like, Fairy Dance is kind of just miserable. It's so bad.
apparently, it's a world seed for another full dive MMO. Anyone with access to a server can use it to make their own games. But don't worry, Aegil checked it, so it's safe. Because Aegil, a bar owner, checked it, so it's safe. I'm glad everyone's enjoying the world seed and stuff, but I would never trust that shit. They were 80% done with the mind control stuff. Heaven forbid some dude takes this open source code and brainwashes everyone.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's it's weird. Weird that everyone assumes that the world seed is completely fine because of wait. Agil checking it. Yeah, that's just weird. They just like trust. Yeah, they just trust what Kaiba wanted. Just no problem whatsoever. Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know, what if they trap people in a death game with the same code? Anyway, they...
And I guess having like the game code wouldn't do like that much, as is more an issue of like the technology. I don't know if I quite agree with that. It would be kind of funny if people create another death game with the with the world seeds. But yeah, I don't know if that's like a thing of like the world seed will be blamed for that, because like there's an issue with the technology, it seems. The questions if someone created another death game using the world seeds, as if it's an issue with releasing the world seed and not an issue with the technology like it was with the nerve gear.
poured all of Aincrad into Alfheim, and then Kirito asks Leafa to clear it with them from the bottom floor up. Then she cries and says sure, and then they use Crossing Field to end the show. Man, that really was dog shit. I wish that I could find some greater meaning in the tragedy that is Sword Art Online, but it's just sloppily constructed. If there's an opportunity for a mistake, they'll make it. If there's an opportunity to write characters, they'll ignore it. And then every slop anime since it's come out has copied it. It's baffling. Please watch anything other than Sword Art Online. Go watch the Abridged series, why not? I have seen more of this show, but only through Gun Gale, and from what I remember, it's not as bad, just because it realizes how stupid it is and leans, like, completely into it.
Well, I haven't finished Gun Gale, but from what I see first few episodes, it seems kind of equivalent with how stupid the rest of the show is. I don't know, like, leaning into it was like a praiseworthy thing. Yeah, I don't agree with that from what sorry. I don't agree with that based on what I've seen, so...
At least that's like a decision that the author's making about the story. I can only hope I'm remembering it, like, accurately. I hope it's at least enjoyable.
I know, I found it enjoyable, but yeah, I don't know if I agree with this idea, like, the author, like, realized it was dumb and leaned into it. Kind of just seems like the same stupidity that, like, that the rest of the show's built upon. Oh, hey Rangy, I didn't realize you were back. Wasn't checking chat for a bit. I think he's talking about Gun Gale itself. Like, I mean, I'd be surprised if he said like leaning into the stupidity, because from what I've heard, like Alternative is just like a good show. And we can check. I'm pretty sure that's what he meant.
Constructed. If there's an opportunity for a mistake, they'll make it. If there's an opportunity to write characters, they'll ignore it. And then every slop anime since it's come out has copied it. It's baffling. Please watch anything other than Sword Art Online. Go watch the Abridged series, why not? I have seen...
Yeah, I need to check out Alternative. I've heard it's really good. Or, not really. I've heard it's good. And yeah, done by the same author as Kino's Journey. That's a series I like. But yeah, I can't speak for it yet, but I do want to watch it.
More of this show, but only through Gun Gale, and from what I remember, it's not as bad, just because it...
Yeah, I said more of this show. I guess it'd be like a bit confusing if he said that, but he was talking about like the spin-off. So yeah, I think it's safe to assume he's talking about actually, like, I guess call like the Phantom Bullet arc, technically. But yeah, I just assume that's what he's talking about. Also, I don't think the other slop anime copied SAO. I don't know, SAO just has a lot of bad fanfic tropes. Yeah, I don't know if all other slop anime copied SAO. I mean, yeah, it just seems to have like a lot of the tropes, nothing too special. Yeah.
Realizes how stupid it is and leans like completely into it. But at least that's like a decision that the author's making about the story. I can only hope I'm remembering it like...
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if I really agree that leans into it, and for that reason it's better. I just remember it being another really stupid arc from what I watched. So yeah, it's weird. To be fair, he says he doesn't properly remember it, so maybe. The most you can say about SEO was a major part of the game anime and isekai trends. Yeah, I could see like a lot of animes wanting to like do something similar or like be inspired by it. But yeah, I don't know about the thing about copying SEO. I think you need to go a bit more it'd be a bit harder to argue for that than just saying that like yeah, a lot of it was influential.
Accurately, I hope it's at least enjoyable. But whether we find out or not is up to you guys. If you guys enjoy this video and want to see more, you should totally subscribe to the channel and let me know. You should also hit the notification bell so you know when that video comes out, if I decide to make it. Next time, I want to talk about Gun Gale, Mother Cesario, and Ordinal Scale, but if you guys don't want to hear me talk about that shit, I will be more than happy to talk about anything else. Either way though, there will probably be a video or two in between those, so I can like cleanse my palate, I guess. But I've been talking for a while. I want to hear from you guys. Did you like Sword Art Online? If you did, are you okay? Blink twice if Kawahara is in the room with you. I'm always reading the comments and I would love to hear what you guys think about this one. So let me know. But that is it from me today. As always, I'm Knightley. You've been absolutely incredible. I'll see you relatively soon. Peace.
Alright. I guess that's the video.
Guys, I'm gonna be honest. Editing this video is gonna suck. I don't want to have to look at Sword Art Online's ugly ass art style for like weeks. The things I do for you. Oh my god.
Well, yeah, I guess that's the video. I mean, bad writing tropes predate SAO, and SAO often just follows the basic wish fulfillment story issues. Yeah, I wouldn't believe that, like, yeah, I just don't think he substantiated that point, really. Yeah, that's, yeah, I guess if he finds it ugly, that's fine. I don't really see the issue. At worst, I can say, like, the character designs are, like, maybe a bit generic. But it's nothing too offensive, and like the backgrounds, they look really good. Like I used like the one for the stream background, yeah. Yeah, that's what Coast's on, I agree. Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag. I think I agreed with a lot of what he was saying. There's just some weird points sprinkled throughout. Like, yeah. Like I've already said, like I agree with the general consent, the conclusion that like SEO is really bad, and I even agree with a lot of his like core issues with the show, as he like described around the end. But yeah, just some of the arguments used to back up those conclusions weren't a bit hit or miss. I think I agreed with more than I didn't. Or I guess I have to like look through the notes, but yeah, that's just my impression. I think SEO being bad and regarded as bad makes people able to coast on just trash arguments. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if like there's some issues like ones I'm talking about. Like for one thing, like I remember like so like the other videos channels I'm planning on covering are like Digibro, DX, Mother's Basement. And from what I remember, they can be like a bit hit or miss when it comes to their arguments, at least from what I've seen of their content. So I feel like there's probably going to be a bit more of that. Where I agree with their conclusion that show's bad, just not always the arguments they use to reach it. I'm still hoping that I might gain like some like useful like information or any like plot points I didn't think to mention. Cause yeah, there was like a lot here, a lot of issues I didn't notice until he brought them up. So yeah. No, I guess that's it for this stream. It's my first time doing anything like this, but I hope anyone who's like watched it live or is watching the replay, I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit tired, but it's also like really fun. I'm glad I finally got around to doing something like this. Um, I think I might do another one like next week, just like cover some other videos. Based on how long this took, I might just be like one, because like the Digibro one's 1 hour long. That might be its whole thing. Then the others are a bit shorter, so I might be able to cover those more in like later stream. Cover more videos in like individual streams after the Digibro one. And yeah, I think that's about it for now. Yeah, thanks for watching. Goodbye.